Dolphins are in, we will be there.
Yeah, I'll be there, but I'm not watching at
It's
home.
too
man.
much money.
Plus,
You could
I'm
have a
actually-
really killer party at home.
I'm actually
when I
on
asked if you
Sirius.
was going, I meant if
I'm
you had
actually
a
on
connection.
Sirius right before the Dolphins. I'm on Mad Dog 3 to 6:25, so I'll just get off the air, walk downstairs, and sit down and watch a game. That's what I do. So I'm good.
Well, there's two. There's two, but I grew up in Hialeah.
There's a couple.
I grew up in Hialeah, so I'm semi, you know.
There's a couple of them. He was grounded.
All right, boys, be good.
You, brother.
Ho ho! We are live, yes sir. We are ready to rock here at Toyota of Hollywood, where we normally are every Thursday. But of course, Steve Ostrov and all the great people, you know, the Zinn family's been so good to us over the years, being proud sponsors of our program for a long, long time. So they accommodated us this week since we went to the Senior Bowl, and you know, I had to obviously adjust, and we were able to do the show here on Sunday instead of Thursday. We'll be back here on Thursday, but you know, once a year we got to do our Senior Bowl trip, man. We got to get it done.
I have to ask. I mean, I'm just making sure. Tomorrow's not going to go to Wednesday. We are going to do Monday on Monday, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because you know we did Friday yesterday. We did Thursday.
Yes.
We're not going to go backwards on Monday. We're going to go forward. Finally.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent.
How do I loosen this thing? Gotta loosen this thing and raise it up. Anyway, so we're here and we're at Toyota of Hollywood. We'll be out here at 1841 North State Road 7. We'll be out here for, I mean, we got a full show for you today. We got 4 hours. We got a lot of things to talk about. Hey, you need to in for the grip, huh? How about that? All right, there we go. There we go. I like it. There we go. No? I think you're loosening it is what you're doing from the bottom. All right. This is good. There we go. There we go. Now we're good. Now we're good. Now we're good. Now we're comfortable. There we go. All right. So.
What did you do to my
will,
fish?
Of course, carry you till 3. We got a loaded show. Taylor Zarzer, buddy of mine for like 20 years. He was calling the Senior Bowl yesterday on the NFL Network. So we will get him on. We'll get his thoughts on what he saw. Justin Herbert looked really good yesterday, man. I mean, he played really, really well yesterday. Hard to dance around the fact that the dude has all the skill sets. When he had that rush come on, he saw the like Tannehill would have been killed. I don't know
There's
if you
no
guys saw
doubt.
that, but that one play, and I get it. You got to be a hardcore draft fan to watch the Senior Bowl. But yesterday, watching it, Herbert makes that one drop, and dude, the defensive end was barreling. He got free, okay? And sure enough, the kid, like, as he was dropping, like when he landed that back plant foot, he took off right away because he knew he wasn't going to survive in that hole. And he ran for like 19 yards. I think that was the 19-yard run that he had. That was really smart. And then his throws were super accurate, man. They were on target. He looked good. I got to give the kid credit. Anthony Gordon looked good. You know, I've been a Love and a Gordon fan. Those are 2 project guys that I kind of like. Love, I still don't think he's a first rounder because he's more of a project, but I love him so much that you're going to have to take him in the first round. Dude, Blaine Gabbert and Ryan Tannehill were taken in the top 10. Okay? So people are going to reach for quarterbacks. So yes, Love is easily a first rounder. Look, I didn't think Baker Mayfield was a first rounder. I thought it was too much of a project to kind of take him, and a one-year wonder because, yeah, he did all right in Texas Tech, but Oklahoma was the big year, the Heisman, all of that, and I was thinking, yeah, I'm not buying him at 1. You know, I can understand people taking him in the late first, but he's probably more of a second-round pick than anything else. And sure enough, that's kind of what it's looked like, but that's the world we're in, that it's such a desperate situation for a quarterback that you will reach for it if you're Jacksonville, if you're Miami, if you're whatever. because that's what's been proven. Oh no, Mark Sanchez only a 1-year guy. Well, no, we're not only drafting him, we're gonna trade up to draft him, and we're the Jets. You see what I'm saying? So it's just something that's been going on forever, and it's not gonna change. And if Miami wants a quarterback, it's almost like you really can't wait for the quarterback. You're gonna have to be aggressive, whether you like it or not. Now, here's where I kind of draw the line. I'm not trading up to go get Tua from 5.
No.
I'm not doing that.
No.
That just doesn't make sense. Do you have to trade up maybe, somewhere in the first or the second to get Love? Then go ahead and do it. Anthony Gordon, whatever. Herbert, I guess, whatever, I understand all those guys because they're all healthy. And they all have some kind of hole in their game, obviously, but you got to kind of try to work through it. You know what I'm saying? The Trevor Lawrences of the world, there's only one of those guys. Because that's the only guy out of this year and next year's group that when I draft him, I feel really good because I've watched him for years now. Yes, that's the difference. These guys that you've seen for 1 year, it doesn't do it for me, man. It just doesn't do it for me. And that's where it gets, it gets a little scary, for teams. But I gotta say, Herbert looked good yesterday, man.
I was wondering, watching it, how you were going to feel about it, if his play would supersede his immaturity
Yeah,
issue,
But again, that doesn't take place at that moment. It's what happens in an NFL season. It's what happens when adversity hits. When you threw 3 interceptions, how do you react?
When you get money and you're in Miami.
Yeah, I don't think that's his problem. I don't think that's his.
You think it's more of a character,
like it's
how he conducts himself.
Yeah. He's not a bad kid.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
It's just more of an immaturity type of thing, and so.
He doesn't carry himself like an adult, like you want your quarterback to be a leader, be an example.
I don't want to go this far.
No.
But I'm going to go kind of that far, but not that far. It's like Whiteside. Like,
Ooh.
Whiteside is not going to get arrested, not going to hit women, not going to have a DUI, not going to do any of that stuff. But he's immature, and so it's going to. Vontae Davis, really not going to get in trouble, really not going to. But I knew he was immature. And then everybody else found out that he was immature. I got a lot of heat when he got drafted. I said, hey, he can play, but there's some maturity issues. Oh, you're a negative Nelly. No, I'm just giving you the facts, but whatever.
It's your classification of a knucklehead.
No, he's not. That's why I didn't want to go that far.
He's smart. The kid's
No,
scholar,
that's
blah,
what
road.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's almost like maybe playing Madden might be more important for him at times. You understand?
Prioritizing
Yeah,
importance.
Yeah, it might be a guy that, these men that are playing for paychecks and they've got a wife and 3 girlfriends, 8 houses, 7 cars, and also 2 ex-baby
So
mamas.
kind of clowning
Yeah.
around, joking when he needs to be serious.
Right, because these men are like junkyard dogs for their money. When you get to the NFL, it's what we do in life, right?
Go
What you
after
do,
it.
What I do.
Go after it.
We gotta hustle, man, to earn a living. That's why we're here on Sunday doing a show.
Right.
Because we're hustling. You know
After
what I'm
doing
saying?
14-hour days and driving 20
Yes,
hours up and back, yeah.
Yes, exactly. So that's hustling, and that's what you got to do in this world. If you don't have any dog in you, you know how it is. I don't have to tell you. All of you out there are surviving every single day from month to month to pay your bills, pay your mortgage, pay your rent, whatever it is. You got to have that attitude, and that's the attitude that a lot of people don't know if he has that in him. Everybody knows that Justin Herbert has the talent. See, that's the part that cannot be argued. He has the talent and he has the ability. We're talking about a guy that can actually throw the ball. We're talking about a guy that actually has accuracy.
Has
We're talking
size.
about a guy has size, arm, touch, intelligence. He has all the things that just you get drunk on if you're a GM and you fall in love with if you're a quarterback's coach. And that's the thing about Justin Herbert that everybody will go back to. Man, if I had to draw up the perfect specimen to be a quarterback, he would look like Pat Mahomes or he would look like Justin Herbert.
Blueprint.
Right?
You know what? Let me.
That's the thing. So if you get that guy, and if you feel he can mature and he can become more of a man, okay, then you take him. But
You know what's something we
you
talked
can't
about?
handle it. Ryan Leaf.
Oh,
Ryan Leaf, a lack of maturity, which, you know, his serious problems came after football.
yeah.
That he got arrested and drugs and all that. Now he's straightened out his life and he's back on track, and God bless him for
Yeah,
that.
because once it started to go down, it went way further.
Yeah, happens to a lot of people.
The motion of the berry, it just kept
You know,
going.
Adversity is a tough thing to fight, and you know, when you're able to fight it and learn from it, you'll grow. But there are people that don't want to learn from it, don't want to attack the problem, and then they go into a shell, and they don't communicate, they don't try to get help, they don't have the wherewithal to go forward, all of that kind of stuff. So it changes, and that's where you got to figure out, can this kid mature? But you watched him yesterday, and then you watched Anthony Gordon, and you had to walk away with, you know, and Jordan Love had a really good week also. Those are the three guys that you have to talk about this week. I'm not the Michigan.
That are the ones that are creeping up.
Yeah, the Michigan
and
guy
sliding
does nothing
behind
for me. I know
the
he
top.
I know he got the running back in 70 yards.
So we're talking about basically the quarterback slots of the 3, 4, and 5, behind the big two.
Yeah, behind the big two. Exactly.
You know what? I'm thinking about this though. The day that we had the gentleman on that covers Oregon, and he was talking about his issues in this, and then we talked about the game, the Rose Bowl with the two. It was within a close proximity of each other. I think it was within the same 4 or 5 days. The fact that the kid has not left his backyard. He's always had that family, mom, you know, and like kind of that shelter, you know, that umbrella, that protection,
Right.
and hasn't like kind of gone across the country, gone to school, and had to kind of grow up. He's always kind of had that safety, you know, of being there, because he's basically playing supposedly right down the street from where he grew up.
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe this being, you know, pushed from the nest may help him grow up, you know?
Maybe.
You don't, you're right. We don't know, but I'm thinking that the fact that he's had the nest and never left the nest, that might help his maturity thing.
Well, we'll see. That's the question. And if you buy him, then, you know, you draft him. If you don't, then you need to do something else, and there are other options. And while Jordan Love is there, and now you saw Anthony Gordon yesterday, a kid that we've been talking about, and I thought he looked good so far this week in the Senior Bowl, and he led them to 3 touchdowns yesterday. So the kid obviously, you know,
Something going on there.
yeah, he was doing it. But listen, where we're at right now, we're talking about a team that is desperate for a quarterback, like a lot of others. So Miami's going to have to get creative. That's all. And they're maybe going to have to reach. Hey, O, the audio is low. Microphones are not on, Big O. Now, tell us now, folks. You can tell us now if the microphones. All right, can you hear us now? Tell me if you can. Send in on the chat board. I'm sorry about that. I didn't know that.
Something that really upset me yesterday, honestly, watching that game, we need offensive linemen, man. And the offensive lines look like the first preseason, you know, it takes a while for that unit to get together and gel. And obviously, the week that they have, it's hard to expect offensive line to look good. The defensive lines look great. The offensive lines were very lacking.
Yep, no doubt. And
we need offensive line, bro.
And I'm sorry about those of you that missed the first 15, 16 minutes of the show there on YouTube. We're sorry about that. That the mics were
I guess, not connected. So now we've got you connected, and we're ready to go.
It'll
here.
be potted in 15 minutes.
Yeah. We'll podcast that because we kind of gave a little recap of the Senior Bowl and the game yesterday, and talking about Herbert's performance. And Anthony Gordon also looked really good yesterday, and he looked good throughout the week. He's a little inconsistent at times, but again, it's kind of a project guy, like a lot of these guys are, and that's just part of the game. But the beauty, with all the panic that we had from some people, because there was no panic here on our show, it's the panic of, oh, no, you're winning too many games. Oh, you're not going to get this quarterback. You're not going to get this. You're at 5. You're fine. Okay? You've instilled a culture this year already. You're showing people how you want to do things. I thought Flores did a great job. The young guys that were there and will be back next year will be part of that foundation to start this thing in the right direction. There's a lot of positives to what went on with the Dolphins. If you're closed-minded and just look at the 5 wins and you worry about, you think they were tanking and all that crap, then you're going to be in that negative zone. But if you really look at it, you're at 5 with 14 picks. Now you're looking at the Senior Bowl and the East-West. And there were 2 nice little project quarterbacks at the East-West. There are several here in the Senior Bowl. And then there's the 2 big ones. There's quarterbacks, ladies and gentlemen. There's opportunities for the Dolphins for them to get their quarterback. Okay? It's not the end of the world. Nobody looked at Pat Mahomes when Kansas City traded up to number 10 and drafted him. Nobody looked at him to be what he is right now. Okay? And Dan Marino had a cocaine rumor and a terrible a senior season where he had a bunch of interceptions, and he fell to Miami at whatever it was, 24, 25, 26, and the rest is history.
Oh, you know what's another thing that
so
you did?
So we could just go on, and hold on a second. And Drew Brees, and we can just talk about Joe Montana, went in the 3rd round out of Notre Dame to San Francisco. You got to stop with this. And again, it's just, I think part of it is clickbait, because you do it because you'll get people to read it, to gravitate to it, and then the people that follow it casually, they don't know any better. So whatever the writer's writing, they take it as gospel. And not that it was right, but that's fine. And then that's why we had all the people walking around, oh, they're tanking. No, they weren't. They were never tanking. Don't you see that they're trying to win games? Nobody's trying to tank. Not the front office and not the coaches. They just had a different way of rebuilding the team through youth. That's all. But that's what we run into. It's the clickbait. It's trying to stir up the drama. All of these things that it's convenient for people, certain people in the media, because that's what's going to get the traffic.
It's something you pointed out probably within the last month. I don't know if you remember. The day you went down all the quarterbacks, all the starters in the league, and we ended up with like maybe 20%. There was like 5 or 6 of them that were good that were taken in the first 5.
Right.
Everything else was post.
Yeah, late.
The odds are those guys in the top 5 spots are not going to be a guy.
Right.
That's a fact.
Right. Well, the odds are you're going to miss on quarterbacks. That's all. You just got to keep taking them.
We talked about a couple of days ago. Seattle getting 4 guys, and then Russell is the one that came out of the 4.
Right.
In the ratio of good quarterbacks, counting 2 per team, that's 30. That's 64. There's 16 good ones. So that's a 1 out of 4 ratio, and that's probably what you're going to need to do, the fishnet, to have one come out.
And Taylor Zarzour, who called the Senior Bowl for Sirius, is going to join us here at the bottom of the hour. I've known Taylor for about 20 years. At 12:30, Will Carroll, the injury expert, will step in. We'll go over some of the important injuries in sports, not just for the Super Bowl like Tevin Coleman, but some of the ones going on in the NBA. We can ask him about Goron and find out about the Dragon and what's going on with Dragon. Also, at 1:30, Bob Fesco, who covers the Chiefs for 610 Sports Talk there, or Sports Radio 610 in Kansas City, is going to stop by at 1:30. Patricia Triana, my buddy from GiantsCountry.com, she covers the Giants, and we're going to have a little fun with Patricia. We'll talk a little G-Man. We'll talk a little Eli Manning, and we'll get her thoughts on Manning, and should he be in the Hall of Fame, and obviously the mood out there with the announcement of his retirement, which I don't think most of us are surprised at the retirement. You know what I mean? But I've already talked about this. I talked about it yesterday, and you could download it and check out the podcast. We talked a little bit about Eli Manning's retirement and where I think he stands in the overall picture. Let's see, what do we have? Ty from the Bronx, Big O. It's being reported that 5 QBs will go in the top 15 picks. Tua, Herbert, Love, Burrow, Gordon, Finns, Cincy, Panthers, Charger, and Colts all need QBs, Big O. Yeah, but Ty, that's the problem. Are you going to go with everything reported? Is everything reported accurate? Because everything reported was every player in the Dolphins wanted off. Everything that was reported is that the Dolphins were tanking. How'd those reports go, man? I'm just wondering. Right? Because, I mean, it's just 90-something% of these reports are all wrong. So I don't know if you want to keep believing reports, but go ahead. That's what I just talked about that. Clickbait. Because quarterbacks run the world. Because 20 teams out of 32 probably are questioning and need a quarterback. One or the other. There might be 12 teams and 12 fan bases that are happy enough with their quarterback. The other 20 either want to replace the dude they have, or they don't have one like we do here in Miami. Okay? So, clickbait, go ahead.
It's a horrible ratio.
Believe whatever you want, man.
That's a really bad ratio, though.
What?
Well, 3 are good and 5 are wanting another guy.
Yeah. Well, isn't that the truth?
That is bottom line, yes.
It's not like half the league's happy with their quarterbacks.
No.
There's no way you get to 16 and people are like, yeah, I'm happy with my guy.
Yeah, you're at 16, you're like, yeah, he's okay.
Maybe 12.
At 16, he's okay.
All I know is Miami has 5-18 and 25 or whatever it is. They're fine, man. I'm not worried about it. They'll get their quarterback. Oh, what year is your pumpkin shirt? Like Antonio Brown's band members needed mental health after a while, and it all came crumbling down. What a shame. This one, I think, is from last year or the year before. Just recent. This is from the new album. I want to say it was last year, right? Is this a 19?
See the back, man. You got the dates.
What does it say there? 19, right? Or 18? It's one of the two.
2 years old now. 18.
It's 18. There you go. 2018.
So this must have been this must have been the show post what we saw at Bayfront.
Yes. Yeah, I think this might have been the one I saw at the Broward Center.
Wow. Oh, yes.
I think.
Yes.
Seen him so many times.
What an intimate environment to see.
No. Wait a minute. No. You're talking about, there's two different things we're talking about. I saw them at the Broward Center as a band. I saw at the Amaturo Theater a Billy Corbin Q&A and a half-hour solo acoustic set. And it was really cool.
Pretty cool.
Oh, it was great, dude. We had like a Q&A with him for like a half hour. And then he did a half hour of acoustics.
I'm sure he was entertaining the guys a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit twisted.
Yeah. He was good. He was good. He was brutally honest. And then he signed the poster for everybody.
Nice.
Because it's like only 50 people there. And so he then signs the poster and you walk out.
So you actually felt like you were in a room having a conversation,
that was kind of the
he's
idea.
up on stage.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And then the next night they performed.
That's cool.
And then so we came back the next night to see the concert. I think that's how it went. I want to say I went with my daughter. I remember that because she likes the pumpkins. So, yeah.
How
So
do you
there
not
go.
like the pumpkins?
Well, I don't know. Some people may not like the pumpkins.
Man,
You know.
they're so diverse, so, where they're at.
Oh, wait a
music-wise,
minute. You know
and
what? I forgot who it was, but there was a buddy of mine that hates his voice. Yeah. He doesn't like Billy Corbin's voice.
All the different songs that they have.
Yeah, he didn't like his voice.
From Coupe de Lac to the harder grunge.
Yeah, he didn't like his voice.
Wow.
So there you go. So I mean, hey, to each his own, man.
Right.
I'm a huge Pumpkins fan. I got no problem seeing the
NorCal
Pumpkins
doesn't
anytime.
like Pearl Jam, which
Right,
I'm still
there you
trying
go.
to figure.
NorCal doesn't like Pearl Jam. No, he's not the only one, dude. That's actually a common thing for a lot of people that they're not Pearl Jam fans because,
And that's
again,
voice,
it's a Vetter
voice,
thing.
Yeah, the voice.
It's a Vetter thing. You know what I mean? I love it. I love Vetter's voice. One of the reasons why I love Vetter's voice, it's because it's so freaking distinctive. I think that's the part that's so cool about his voice. So, yeah, that's the way I would look at it. Taylor Zarzour is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. We'll talk a little Senior Bowl with him. We'll get his thoughts on who he thought performed really well in that game. We'll talk a lot of quarterbacks in that segment with him because obviously that's the main thing is quarterbacks. And so we'll have a little fun with Taylor there on that one. And it was an interesting week over at the Senior Bowl, I got to admit, and really liked the way we had the setup over at the stadium instead. The only thing that sucked was that Thursday we didn't get that final practice because of the weather they thought was going to come in that really didn't come in because they could have practiced there and it wouldn't have been a big deal because it really wasn't a terrible rainstorm.
Vic
or
definitely
anything
hooked
like
us
that.
up big time, man.
Big O, you're punking me, man. Miami has the 5th pick. I'm not worried about QBs as long as they pick my guy who was sabotaged yesterday, my Jordan Love. Don't worry about it, bro. You're freaking out, Ty. Take it easy, bro. It's gonna happen. Okay? The Dolphins are finally headed in the right direction. I'm telling you. Okay? In a couple of years, people are going to say, whoa, those guys have a great front office. Because they're going to see the moves that are going to be made. I already like a lot of the things they've done in their first calendar year. So let's, let's give it some time here. All right, let's take a quick break. Don't forget, we can still get you into state rates under 3.5%. Call Choice Mortgage Bank and Michael Codsey at 561-441-2730. Let me tell you, folks, don't let the other mortgage companies give you the runaround. Call Michael Codsey. You can call him right now on a Sunday. That's right. You're relaxing. You're frustrated with your mortgage payment. You want to get a better deal. State rates right now under 3.5%. Call him right now. I dare you. 561-441-2730.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19. Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SCT, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
Metallica, headlining the Welcome to Rockville Music Festival. 2 different nights, 2 different sets. Go to welcometorocktillefestival.com for all information. Get your tickets on sale right now.
All righty, we are back. We're going to talk a little Senior Bowl. We just got back from our Senior Bowl and been going for a long, long time. And a man that has also been dealing with the Senior Bowl for a long, long time is Taylor Zarzour, my buddy, which, of course, you can catch him on ESPN doing play-by-play. You caught him yesterday on Sirius doing the broadcast of the Senior Bowl. And let's bring him aboard. Taylor, how you doing, my friend?
Oh, how long have you been coming to my hometown?
20 years, right? I think it's about 20 years.
It's got to be. I think it's longer than that.
Yeah, I think this was my 21st, but I think I for those of you out there that are listening, Taylor and I have known each other for over 20 years now, and we first met, and it had to do with Mobile. It had to do with the Senior Bowl. I was kind of like trying to convince my station that the draft is important and that we should cover the Senior Bowl and all that. So, after I twisted my program director's arm to hire a stringer in Mobile to get a sound from the Senior Bowl, and maybe I think Taylor, were you? Did we have a UM player there or not? I think we did, right? And that's kind of what it was.
Yeah,
also,
you
right?
did. Yeah.
And so I hired Taylor to be our stringer in Mobile to cover the Senior Bowl. Since then, we've been friends. And it's, you know how it is, Taylor. This business is so damn small. It's a joke,
it is.
Man. It's a joke.
Yep.
It really is, man. So how you been, brother? You been doing good?
Been good. Been doing great. Yeah, and a lot of pretty busy time with all my work with SiriusXM PGA Tour Radio. We had the merchandise show in Orlando last week, and then so every single year I go to that for 3-4 days, and then I go to Mobile and call the Senior Bowl. Just about everybody has left town, and I'm coming to town to call the game. But but I really enjoy it. Pat Kerwin and Jim Miller do a great job, as you know, on NFL radio, and I love calling the game with them each year. And saw some really good performances yesterday.
Yeah. Hey, before I get into the Senior Bowl, because I know you do the golf a lot, I just got to mention something, because you and I have been covering and talking about all sports our entire lives. And I've had fun at his expense and made fun of his situation when his ex-wife was knocking him out with a club and knocking out his tooth. But in the end, considering everything that dude's come back from, personally and professionally, Tiger Woods might be mentally the most strongest dude I have ever met or seen in any sport whatsoever, because I don't know how many guys can come back from that many surgeries and all the personal issues that also went to it. Mentally tough, dude. And I thought it was, when he kind of went into that shell for a couple of years, I thought that was kind of soft. But he had to kind of rehab. And the way he's bounced back, I got to say, dude, I'm super impressed.
You should be, and I think you said it well. I mean, for somebody to go through that sort of public humiliation that's that famous and be able to see the other side of it and write a different script to the ending of his career is remarkable. I don't know that he thought this was possible a couple of years ago, just given the pain, the physical pain he was in. And I don't think that any of us thought it was possible either, but he has. And I also will tell you, that he has become a much more approachable person.
Yes.
He's not going to host his own radio show at any point. He's not the most sociable guy in the world, but he is much more approachable, much more comfortable in his own skin than I've ever seen him before. And, he's 44 years old, and you could still argue he's one of the best players in the world. At the end of the year, he was the best player in the world. And who knows, maybe he has a really low round later today and wins his 83rd PGA tournament, which would be an all-time record passing Sam Snead. If it doesn't happen today, it's going to happen, though, this year. And this guy has many more golf tournaments to win. It's an amazing comeback story, and I think that his talent level surpasses anybody that's ever played the game.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about that. But, man, the way he's come back, man, I got to admire the hell out of that. And that should be a great motivation for a lot of people out there going through adversity, man. That should be the center of their world there, to be able to try to come back from something like that. All right, Taylor, as you know, my brother, you are in Dolphins country. We are desperate for a quarterback. They've been dying to replace Dan Marino for 7,000 years. So yesterday, some of the guys that we were talking about all week while I was there at the Senior Bowl, was Herbert. Obviously, Gordon was another guy, and Jordan Love were the three guys that we were really talking about. But overall, what did you see from the quarterbacks? What did you like?
Well, let me qualify these remarks by, I know you know this, but for your audience, by saying my father went to Coral Gables High School and grew up in town. So this is near and dear to my heart and always has been.
That's right.
And I think just as anybody else is listening, I'm very fascinated with what the Defends are going to do with those 6 picks in the first 3 rounds. I thought Fitzmagic, had a really impressive finish to the season, and I wouldn't be upset or disappointed if he's the quarterback for one more year and they decide to take a quarterback in the first round of the 2021 draft. Maybe it's Trevor Lawrence with all these picks they have. But it certainly sounds like the Dolphins are extremely interested in Tua, and that if they can believe that he is on the mend, it might be a good situation to have Fitz and Tua there next year. But if they're going with somebody that's healthy right now, Justin Herbert's your guy. The guy has a very quick release. His ability to understand an offense at this age is very impressive. He had an incredible week. He went into the week, everybody was talking about how he's an introvert, he's from out west, and I think that he quieted all those thoughts. A lot of people, I think after a few days, said this guy's sociable, he's a leader, he commands respect. He gained a ton of it from his South teammates all week long, and I thought he certainly didn't do anything to disappoint when he played in the first quarter of the game on Saturday. So I think Herbert, if it's going to be really interesting to see between Burrow, Tua, and Herbert what order they go in. Tua not being able to do anything really until the draft starts. You wonder what kind of impact that has on him. Is there anyone other than the Dolphins that would make that pick at number 5? But I think Herbert in the next couple of months, his stock is going to continue to rise. And I thought that the first take-home message from Mobile this week was the impressive week that Justin Herbert had.
Yeah, and listen, I thought of Tannehill right away on that one drop where he saw the defensive end coming at him, and he waited. He didn't wait at all. He took off and had that 19-yard run and avoided that sack. The guy that was here for 7 years, that's a sack, dude. That's a sack.
No, there's no question. I mean, and Tannehill took more than anybody in that time, and it's because he's a wide receiver. I understand he played quarterback for 7 years for the Dolphins, and now is handing the ball left and right to Henry in Nashville. And he's an amazing human being, Ryan Tannehill, but he doesn't have quarterback instincts. Justin Herbert has been a quarterback his entire life, and you're right. He showed those instincts, and obviously Fitzpatrick has thrown a lot of interceptions, and he has no fear whatsoever. He's the anti-Ryan Tannehill when it comes to challenging a defense, and he's very quick to make decisions. I think Herbert's very similar in that regard. with his ability to get rid of the football.
What'd you think of Anthony Gordon? I thought he had a good week, and obviously, he had him to 3 scores, dude.
Yeah, the Washington State quarterback was terrific in the third quarter, and similarly to Herbert, was very good distributing football. I think the fact that you've seen Gardner Minshew, who doesn't have the size that Gordon has, succeed in Jacksonville, at least in parts of the season last year, I think will make some general manager, maybe in the third, fourth round, do the same thing with Anthony Gordon in the NFL draft, because you see a guy, Mike Leach, coach Luke Falk, coach Gardner Minshew, coach Anthony Gordon in 3 consecutive seasons, and this offense clearly, this system, this air raid system, now we're seeing examples of it in the NFL. So I think Gordon had a good game and a good week, and I think that he certainly made himself some more money.
Yeah, he doesn't have a great arm, but he has the arm you need in the NFL to make any throw possible. You know, he's not as he doesn't have the Herbert gun, but he definitely has a good enough arm to succeed. I don't know where he's going to go. I don't know, second or third rounds or something like that. I don't think he'll fall more than that. I think this league is so desperate that I think he'll get taken early on. Jordan Love, I thought, had a pretty good week. Not a great game, but what'd you think of him?
Yeah, he did. He certainly has the size. The thing that concerns me a little bit about Love is that when he's facing his best competition, he has not played his best football. I did the LSU game last year, and he was really rattled by the size that he saw on the other side of the field. Took some sacks in that game. And you're right, yesterday in the game he didn't play his best football either. We're going to have to see if Jordan Love has a confidence level when he's playing, in the NFL to be successful. It's one thing in the Mountain West just for you to be 6'4", 225 pounds and take over a game. It's another thing entirely when you're playing the SEC or the Big Ten, or you're then playing the NFL and you don't have your best performances. So I want to see Love show some improvement in these next couple of months, but I'm not so sure if Jordan has helped himself by going to Mobile this year.
Yeah, I think he may even still sneak into the first round only because of desperation, right? I mean, I saw Blaine Gabbert and I saw Ryan Tannehill get taken in the top 10, and both those guys had so many holes in their game, and we keep watching it, Taylor, that teams are so desperate for this position that they're going to reach a little bit, and I think that's what's going to happen with Jordan. I think people are going to reach a little bit because I don't think he's a first-rounder, but something tells me he's going to sneak in there somehow or another because he does have the physical ability, Taylor, right? I mean, that's
he
the
does.
one thing
No, there's no question about it. I mean, he has an NFL size at 6'4" and 225 pounds. I mean, that he is, when he walks out on the football field, you think, okay, this guy was born to play at the professional level. The guy that I think probably hurt himself a bit was Jalen Hurts. Hurts didn't get any help from his offensive line. Terrence Steele, the left tackle from Texas Tech, got destroyed by Bradley Anae from Utah time and time again. Anae had 4 sacks in the game. At least 3. There was another that I guess they could have called a sack, but Anae was abusing Terrence Steele to the point where Hurts just started to have to hand off the football and turn into a zone read quarterback like we saw so often at Oklahoma and at Alabama. Hurts never has shown an ability to be accurate with the intermediate ball. He did throw one really good pass on a third down yesterday that he fit into a window on the sideline on an out route that is exactly what I think NFL coaches want to see from Jalen, but he's going to have to really prove himself in the months to come. There are going to be some scouts out there that are going to say, gosh, he looks like, he's built like Dalvin Cook. Is this guy a running back, or is this guy some other position in the NFL than quarterback? I know Jalen's been a quarterback his entire life, but I'm interested to see what's going to happen with him in the next few months. Pat Kerwin was saying, you look at RG3, he doesn't really have a whole lot left in the tank. Could you see a Jalen Hurts be maybe the backup to Lamar Jackson in Baltimore, given his skill set? That makes a lot of sense. Maybe they take a flyer on Hurts in the 5th round or something.
I'll add another guy on another team, Seattle. I mean, they had Trevor Boykin there. The only thing is Trevor would get arrested all the time. So that's usually a problem when your backup quarterback's getting arrested. And you want to have somebody that kind of is athletic and can do some of the things that Russell. Well, nobody can do what Russell does, but you know what I'm saying.
Sure.
So I could see Jalen Hurts being drafted by either Baltimore or Seattle or Arizona, maybe even Arizona.
Yeah.
Actually, now that I think about it, those are the kind of dudes and the systems that he fits. But I'm with you. I think Jalen is a gimmick guy at best, is what he's going to do. I think he needs to take a page out of Trayvon Hill. Not what is it? Tyson Hill. Taysom Hill.
Yeah.
Right, Taysom Hill, whatever the kid's name from New Orleans. Maybe that's
Taysom, it was at BYU, and now is a catch-all for the Saints. Yeah, you're thinking Miami linebacker Trayvon Hill.
yeah. I'm mixing my guys up, but that I think that's what he needs to do. He needs to be like the kid in New Orleans, because I think that's what he's going to be, because he's such a great athlete. You might be able to use him in multiple ways, and that might be a way that he can earn himself some money. Hey, look at this kid from New Orleans. He's up for free agency, bro. He's going to make himself a lot of money because he's one of the best players on that Saints team now.
He is, no question about it. I mean, Hill's got a bright future and was sensational in that loss in the playoffs as well. So you're going to have to be able to be a Swiss Army knife. I mean, you look at Deebo Samuel and what he's going to do in Miami next week. I think this guy's turned into quickly one of the better skilled players in the NFL as a rookie. And, he can run down on kicks. He can kick return. He can punt return. He can run the ball. He can catch the ball. He can throw the ball. The guy can do everything. So I think if you have more than one skill at the pro level, it's going to serve you well, certainly in this era of professional football. And Jalen does have some of those skills. So it's going to be interesting to see. But you're right. I mean, getting back to the Dolphins, I think it's going to be fascinating to see how many of these guys from the Senior Bowl that Flores and Greer decide to take a flyer on at some point during the draft. I do think that they're guys like obviously Tua at the top of the board, and then Clyde Edwards-Helaire as a guy that can catch so many passes out of the backfield that the Dolphins, I'm sure, have a tremendous amount of interest in. But when you start looking at second and third round picks, if they want to take another wide receiver, Jawan Jennings of Tennessee would be a guy that would fit the bill of somebody that might be a Miami Dolphin in the future. Pass rushers, Joshua Uche at Michigan State, Bradley Anae at Utah are guys that obviously the Dolphins desperately need pass rushers. Those are a couple of guys that the Dolphins, I think, would have some interest in.
By the way, I loved watching Joshua Kelly all week long, and I thought he had a pretty decent game too. Kelly's one of those guys, and Perine. Both guys. Perine, isn't he from Mobile? I think he is from Mobile, right?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
He's had a touchdown in a stadium he used to play in high school football games. It was crazy to see him back there in that game. But, yeah, Keyshawn Vaughn at Vandy had a good week as well. Did not play in the game. They just for precautionary reasons. But Kelly's a physical runner, the UCLA tailback that you just referenced, that did have a good game. So, yeah, if you don't want to take that second or third first-round choice that the Dolphins have with a running back, they're going to have an opportunity to get one of those guys you just referenced in the second or third round with one of those picks.
Yeah, no, I got to tell you, last week at the East-West Shrine game, there was a Princeton QB, and what's his name now? I forgot his damn name now, Bill. What's his name? Jacobson, or what's the kid's name now? Damn it.
Kevin Davidson.
Kevin Davidson. I like that kid. Have you seen him at all? Do you know
Princeton.
him? Yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit of him, but I heard he had a big game last week.
Yeah, I like him, man, as a project. I thought that's one of those guys that if you're the Dolphins, I mean, you got 14 picks. That's the other thing that I've been saying, Taylor. If you're going to take Tua at 5, I need you to be Jimmy Johnson or Mike Shanahan. Jimmy took Steve Walsh the year they took Troy Aikman because Gil Brandt had to scream at Jimmy like, come on, dude, you got to take Troy. All right, we'll take Troy. And then he took Steve in the supplemental. And then Shanahan, the owner, wanted RG3. He wasn't really an RG3 guy, so he took Kirk Cousins. That's what if I'm the Dolphins and I've got 14 picks, you know what? Dedicate 2 of them to quarterbacks. If you're going to take Tua, then go get Anthony Gordon, get Nate Stanley, get the Princeton kid, get somebody else, because that way Tua can be put on ice, let him get healthy completely next year, and then you have Rosen and the second guy that you draft battle and learn behind Fitzpatrick.
It makes a lot of sense. I mean, obviously, if they don't do that, then they have to do it again in 2021, get an additional quarterback for insurance because of what you just referenced. But I think that most of us right now believe that the Dolphins are going to want to take Tua with the 5th pick. What will be interesting is the 3rd and the 4th pick. It would, for example, the Detroit Lions, they're not going to draft a quarterback. They're still going to stick with Stafford, but are they going to make the Dolphins believe that they're shopping those picks? So that's going to be what's fascinating, is if the Dolphins still have the opportunity at number 5 to make that selection. But assuming they do, and Tua needs months and months and months of recovery, Fitz is your quarterback again next year, then you are going to need somebody else out there on the field, obviously, to be an insurance policy. So if it doesn't happen in 2020, it's going to happen in 2021. You're right. I think we're going to see several quarterbacks selected by the Dolphins.
There you go. All right, so Taylor, before I let you go, my brother, what's the Super Bowl pick? Where you going, Kansas City, or you going San Francisco?
I'm going Andy Reid to finally win the big one. I'm going to take Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs to win the Super Bowl. First time they're in the game in 50 years, which is an amazing story. I know that the last time the 49ers won a Super Bowl, it was in the same stadium. But I think this one belongs to the Chiefs. I think they have too much firepower on offense, and Mahomes is too much of a difference maker in this game. I love the 49ers at the line of scrimmage on both sides of the football, but Mahomes' ability to win plays, even when his offensive line can't protect him, is almost unprecedented. And I think that he's going to take his team to victory on Sunday. But I expect a good game. I don't think it'll be a blowout. I think the Chiefs will win a game that will be very entertaining for 3+ hours.
So are you going to be at the draft in Vegas? You coming out?
I'm going to be watching people like you talk about the draft in Las Vegas. But I'm going to be sitting back and tell you, I have never been this interested in a draft before. So as a lifelong Dolphins guy, I'll be paying very close attention to what the Fins do in all of those rounds on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Well, Taylor, I got to tell you, dude, we're going to be out there. We're going out there for a week. Actually, we're going out there for 10 days now, because we're going to go to Oakland and we're going to go see Pearl Jam for 2 nights, and then we're popping over to Vegas for the week. And dude, we're broadcasting at this place called Tommy Rockers, and we're going to have about 300 Dolphins with us every day out there. So we'll be doing the draft, all Dolphin style, obviously, with the Dolphins angle. And with 14 picks, there's going to be a lot of action from the Dolphins. This is going to be a lot of fun, man. This is, I've told Dolphins that this could be the watershed moment for us.
I think so.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
you saw some real improvement in the second half of the season, and clearly this team is taking a liking to Brian Flores, but there's not a lot of talent on that roster yet. And so you're right. I think that 2020 is the moment where either if Steve Ross is ever going to be around to see his franchise become successful and get to be to the point where they're a Super Bowl contender, I think this is the moment it happens. If they swing and miss on the draft, then I think that unfortunately years from now, some other owner is going to be in charge of the Dolphins when they're finally successful again. So you're right. I think this is the biggest moment in the Ross tenure, at least of his ownership of the Dolphins.
You're the best, my brother. Thank you for taking some time on short notice. Great call with the game yesterday. I was in the car listening. Appreciate it always, and appreciate the friendship more than anything, Taylor. Thank you.
You got it, my friend. Good to talk to you, Big O.
You got it, baby. You be good. There you go. Taylor Zarzour, man, joining us here on the program. We love Taylor, man. Good stuff there. As always, he called the Senior Bowl yesterday, and it was a cool thing to watch, because he's a buddy of mine that I've known for a long, long time, man, and this is a guy that just has earned everything that he's had in this business. And so I would tell you that Taylor's a guy you definitely want to follow and want to support, man. Good dude overall. Taylor Zarzour from ESPN, kind enough to join us now on the program and talk a little Senior Bowl. We got a little Tiger. We got a little Dolphins. We got a Super Bowl prediction. I think we kind of covered the gamut with him there on the whole thing, right? I think he gave you pretty much everything. And really, I'm not lying, because I have done my share of picking on Tiger. What he's done to come back, that's super impressive, man. Super impressive. Go Gator says, LaMichael Pirine. Well, he'd look good in a Dolphins uniform, I'll tell you that.
Talking about Tiger, man, you think about the surgeries, the ups, the downs. He's back.
Back
Then
surgeries,
then
bro.
then
It's
then
4
he's
back
not.
surgeries,
Yeah.
bro.
I mean, he just...
Anybody, has your back ever stiffened up on you, bro?
Oh, of course.
You're like, forget about it. This guy's going to go play golf?
Look, when you get
you know,
older...
You know the torque that you put on your back for all those swings?
Golf is almost as bad as, like, pitching.
Yes.
It's a non-natural, and there's the hurt, jerk, stop, and, I mean, all kinds of crap happening all wrong.
Right.
With your body.
Right. Yeah.
But, yeah, Tiger, you know what, man? I feel good for the guy, because he was looking like, oh, yeah, the record, and he's going to break, Jack Nicholson's, I think it's 24 majors. He's got it in the bag. And then, obviously, he had his first stumble, the whole situation, and then the back problems, the surgeries, numerous. He's back, and he looks good. But then, like, halfway through the tournaments in the beginning, that's it. Friday, Saturday, he'd fall off. He'd have one good day. To come totally back, win the Masters, to win the PGA Championship the end of last year, and the whole crowd, remember, coming out on the course. Yeah, man, I feel good for him. He's been through a lot.
Yeah, no doubt about that. We do want to remind you that the show is proudly brought to you by Caneswear at Miami Fanwear. Yes, sir. Go to the website, caneswear.com, and apply there at Caneswear, man. Once you sign up, you can get some points. So every time you purchase, you get points, so you can save down the line. Also, Jimmy Murphy is making an appearance February 8th from 4 to 6 p.m. at Caneswear. So you can meet Miami Hurricanes' own Jimmy Murphy, 4 to 6 p.m. at Caneswear. He'll be there to sign autographs, take pictures. We all admire Jimmy's heart, man, and the way he plays the game. So there you go. You got an opportunity, and go there. You got the jerseys, T-shirts, hats, starters jackets, Adidas wear, whether it's the sneakers, you name it. They've got it all out there, all kinds of different things. Dolphins, Heat, Panthers, Marlins, and Inter Miami, folks. Yes, you can even get some Inter Miami stuff. So check it out for yourself. Canes at Canes_wear on Twitter, and go online. If you order over $99, you'll get free shipping. Caneswear.com.
Plus tax, tag title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19. Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SCT, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodzie can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
The world's biggest band is coming twice. Metallica. Headlining the Welcome to Rockville Music Festival. 2 different nights, 2 different sets. The weekend of May 8th through the 10th. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com for all information. Get your tickets on sale right now. The one, the only Metallica. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the
We
Big
are
O
back.
Show.
Hour number 2 of the program. We go till 3, and we will have a little fun at 12:30 with Will Carroll, the injury expert. A lot of things to ask him about, obviously. We've got Tevin Coleman with the shoulder. Will he play in the Super Bowl? That is the question. We can ask Will about Tua, get the latest on anything that he's heard about Tua. So many things to keep up with. And as always, we thank you for checking us out, whether you're watching us live on YouTube, and, of course, all of you that are downloading the program. We love you for always downloading the program and the amazing support that you're giving us. And, right now, as we speak, downloads are absolutely blowing freaking up. And
the front end of the show that was a little bit blah, it's both are up, the segment and the hour.
Yeah, so if you guys missed the beginning that you were YouTubing and we screwed up there in the first 15 minutes, we've got you. We've got the audio for you. It's there because we're recording it. So obviously, because we've got to podcast it all. But we thank all of you out there as always for supporting the show, man. We really do.
Thank you, guys. You're awesome.
Big time way. Big time. Let's see what we got here on the YouTube chat board. What do we have here? Let's see. Drafting is always a gamble no matter who it is. What if we listened to everyone who said we wouldn't be anything in life? We can't be trying to put these kids in a box when we really are just guessing. With that said, draft Tua, grab another QB later in the draft or even free agency. If the price is right, point is, we should look at every possibility to find our QB, whatever it takes. Hashtag fins up. 420 Fuego, I love your thinking, dude. I love it. Because that's what I've been saying for years, man. Just keep aggressively going after quarterbacks. Don't be afraid. If you don't take them, you'll never find out if you get one. And if you're rarely ever going to dip into the, quarterback market, then the few times you have bad experiences, it's going to turn you off from doing it again and again and again. You cannot be afraid. You are going to fail. Okay? We are all going to fail in life. There's nothing wrong with that. How do you approach that failure? You try to learn from it. You try to overcome it. You try it not to happen again. That's what you do. You don't give up. And that's what it seems like with our Dolphins, that they basically just gave up over the years in trying to find a quarterback. They never brought in any kind of talent to compete against Ryan. Chris Greer takes over, and he brings in two quarterbacks, an old one, and he trades for a young one. And he'll draft another one this year. That's 3 quarterbacks in a calendar year from the new guy that takes over. That's what I want in my front office. I don't know about you guys, but I'm good. I like what I'm seeing from the Dolphins. I think they're handling it all in a perfect manner, pretty much. Okay? You're going to make some mistakes, but hey, I expect that. That's fine. What you can't be is a constant screw-up, and that's not what's happening anymore. And like I've said already a couple times, think about where you were in after week 2 of the season, and then think about where you were mentally after week 17. After week 2, you thought this was going to be the worst season of my life as a Dolphins fan. My Lord, I cannot follow this season. Then as the season went on, it got better and better and better and better. And then by the end of the season, you're like, wait a minute. You know what? These guys aren't that bad anymore. They're actually competitive, and they have very little to no talent at all on this team. Damn, those guys can coach. There you go. All you need now is to add more talent, and you'll get it done. You'll find a way. That's all. I just be patient, folks. I get it. It's tough after all the time that's been going on for 20 years, but it's a different ball game now. 786-322-1105 is the accidentlawfirm.com text line. If you want to get in on the show, that's 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the show. We've got the Heat off tonight. Monday, they will host the Magic at 7:30 at the AAA. Now, the Magic are in action tonight. They are hosting the Clippers here. Now, I don't know how many of you were on social media yesterday, but one of the videos that went viral yesterday was Kawhi Leonard. And they caught Kawhi at a strip club, and he was in the champagne room, obviously, with several strippers. and he's there in his New Balance hoodie at a strip club. And the video was, I mean, the video is just Kawhi there, and there's this one girl shaking her ass in front of him, and then there's several other girls. I mean, the champagne room was loaded, obviously. I mean, it's Kawhi Leonard, and I think Patrick Beverley, I believe, was the other player that was there. And the comments from the people on social media. In fact, I think I caught you, Armando, in Miami. I know you follow on Twitter. I don't know if you're watching now, but I think you put Kawhi working on his load management or something like that. I thought that was funny. And it's just, you know, people were commenting, well, now we know why Kawhi can't play on back-to-back nights. The only thing I'm wondering about all of this is you're Kawhi Leonard, bro. Wherever you go, you're going to bring attention. And you like go to the strip club and you go to a champagne room that is exposed to the outside. And my man, you got to be smarter than that. You got to go to the champagne rooms that are enclosed, where you're not exposed to the regular people outside, and they can't see you and they can't film you.
Behind the front of the house.
Yeah, come on, man. Come on, Kawhi. I mean, Patrick Beverley, you got to do a little better, my man. You got to look out for your guy. I mean, that's too funny. But it's out there. Just you can put Kawhi strip club, and I think it'll come out on Twitter, and you'll see it. And Kawhi's there. And the best part is, the dude went in a New Balance hoodie. Like, he's not dressed right. He's just casual. He's plugging his sponsor. Okay? I don't know if he was plugging anything else while he was there at the strip club, but he was plugging the sponsor and having some fun, I would imagine. Kawhi Leonard at the strip club.
I feel bad for the guy. He's young. He's got money. You know, just let loose a little.
Oh,
and
yeah.
look what happens.
Yeah. I don't care if you let loose. But be smarter, dude. Just get the. That's all I'm saying. Just get the.
If you're gonna
go
do
to the
stuff like that,
champagne room
yes.
that nobody can see.
Incognito, brother.
That's it, man. Hey, Big O. I was reading Omar Kelly's tweet this morning, and he said Dolphins should trade up to 2 or 3, get Tua. I had to laugh about it. G from Pennsylvania. Well, I mean, listen, that's Omar's. That's Omar's thing. Go for it. But I am not a fan of trading up for. I'm not going to trade up for an injury-prone player. So I don't know if he said that or not. But I'll tell you this: I would not be the guy that is trading for Tua. No way. If he falls to you at 5, I still don't want to take him. Okay, I'm on record. I'm not taking that guy in the first round. Maybe my 20-something pick, that third pick in the first round, if he falls to that, then maybe I can think about it. But I'm not taking a guy like that early because I just don't believe Tua's going to stay healthy. I don't. I'm terrified of that. And I get it. We're all jaded with the whole Breeze thing, but I'd rather you take a couple of other guys. That's why I said that if you are going to take Tua at 5, then draft another quarterback. You've got 14 picks. 12 on the team, 2 on quarterbacks. Take Anthony Gordon from Washington State later on. Take Jordan Love later on. Take Nate Stanley later on.
Davidson, Princeton.
Davidson later on. Give me another quarterback, another project that you can take just in case. So that way you walk away from the draft with 2 quarterbacks. And think about the history of taking 2 quarterbacks. You usually hit on one at least. Washington took 2. They hit on 1 in Cousins. Dallas took 2. They hit on 1 in Troy Aikman. So nothing wrong with that. In fact, I want to say Green Bay one year, I want to say, you can look it up for me, I think they took Brian Braum and Matt Flynn in the same year. Not that you hit on either, But Matt Flynn got something out of it. You know what I'm
So
saying?
did the Packers, man. Didn't
Yeah,
they
he-
get something from Seattle?
Yeah, no, well, I don't know. Yeah, I think they might have gotten some from Seattle, or I think he signed as a free agent. But no, he signed as a free agent. They couldn't trade him. They wanted too much, I think it was. You can look it up. I forgot how it was. But I want to say Matt Flynn was a free agent signing and money. But Green Bay did get something because he had a couple of his best performances ever were in a Packers uniform, because I remember I had Dolphins that were wowed on the 2 performances. I was like, no, I'm not touching him.
I remember
I'm not touching him.
They had already got their spot in the playoffs. They shut everybody down. Flynn got to play. It was, 56? He put up 56 or so. It was some ridiculous number.
I think he even played earlier in the season. He had 2 games, and I think one of them was earlier in the season that actually meant something. And he played well, but it was just 2 performances that he knocked it out of the park. Yep. And I remember we had several Dolphins. You guys know who you are. You were calling me, texting me, all that. Oh, we got to get him. We got to trade for him. And I'm like, no. I'm not doing that. And sure enough, Flynn wasn't the guy, but they got something out of it, Green Bay. You know? So that's where I would tell you that I'm not for trading for Tua, up for Tua. I'm not even for drafting him. But if you're going to draft him, get another guy. Because if you draft him and he breaks down and Rosen hasn't taken that next step, no matter what anybody tells you, then where are you? You're back at 0 again. So take him. If you're so afraid of the Drew Brees crap, okay, take him at 5. But follow up with another player. That's all. Had to stop the Cameron Wolf interview after 1 minute because I have no patience anymore for those who think that drafting Tua with the 5th pick is a good idea. How can anyone think a guy who can't stay healthy in college survive in the NFL? Big O, just yell at them, Sam Bradford over and over. That's who Tua is. Look, man, just because I disagree in that point, I'm not going to scream at Cameron or you guys. Now, if you're being disrespectful, you're being an idiot or something, then maybe I can, lose my lunch a little bit on you. But yeah, no, I'm just not a fan of drafting an injury-prone player. That's all. And I believe Tua is. But that's why, if you're going to draft him at 5, cover your ass. Take another guy. That's all I'm saying. I get it. I don't agree with it, but I get it. I didn't agree with Whiteside, but I understood. Okay? And anybody that was following back then, you know what I was saying. I was not a believer in Whiteside. I did not believe in his maturity. I did not think he deserved $100 million. But I understood why they did it, because they were afraid that they were actually developing something that was going to become special. That's all. Hey, I didn't agree with
special ed.
Yeah, I didn't agree with it, but I understood Chad Henne's draft. Not a Chad Henne fan, but at number 50, whatever it was in the second round, I understood that why you would take him there. That's all. Sometimes I get it. Now I don't have to agree with your thinking. So I understand the 2 at 5 thinking. And because we're so jaded with Drew Brees, this continues. That's all. It's pretty simple. It's a nightmare for us as Dolphin fans that we have to think that we've never recovered since Marino. And it's the truth, unfortunately. See what you got here. What do we have? I think most of this is you guys talking with each other. If you open channel EM, please let us know you got the goods. What is channel EM? What is that? What are you guys talking about? Is that like another conversation that I don't know about here that you guys are having?
It's not just your YouTube chat line, bro.
I guess so. Yeah. Kelvin Smith says they did draft 2 QBs that year. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think it was Brian Brom and Matt Flynn. Yeah. And Brom obviously was nothing. And I think they were both late, I want to say. That's to me, that's what you do. If you're a good football team, you draft quarterbacks all the time. And when you're in the middle of the draft and you have scouted the quarterbacks and there's a couple of guys you really like, let me tell you something. You take it. I don't care if you have a starter. You take it. Because if you develop it into something, then you got a trade chip. And that becomes really valuable. And God forbid your starter goes down and, wow, you're grooming another guy that could come in. And you know what? You never know if you draft a guy and your current starter ends up suffering some kind of a career-threatening injury during that season. And his career now is in doubt, and you had the foresight that you were drafting a quarterback to protect yourself or to keep the thing rolling, and now you're going to end up using that guy to be your starter. It's almost impossible to lose out outside of the pick being a failure. But if the pick is successful, you can win in so many ways. So why not have that philosophy part of your football team? Belichick does it. Ron Wolf did it forever with Green Bay. Nothing wrong with that, man. There really isn't. 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the program, that's 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the show, we do want to remind you that Pallet Rack City is a proud sponsor of our program. And let me tell you, if your warehouse is looking a little disheveled, that's because you need a great rack. I mean, we all love great racks, right? Great racks look awesome. And so if your business, you got boxes stacked all over, it's unorganized, you want to organize everything, you call Eddie Pereira and all the great people at Pallet Rack City, 305-882-9212. That's your one-stop shop for all of your warehouse needs. They also sell pallet jacks, hand trucks, dock boards, and most packaging supplies. They also sell used forklifts and dock equipment, and they buy and sell new and used pallet racking. And folks, they've got the largest used racking inventory in South Florida. That's why I want you to call Eddie Pereira right now, 305-887-9212 for Pallet Rack City. All right. I got to tell you, the one thing that I don't want to disappoint you in is All-Star talk. And what I mean by I don't want to disappoint you is I am not going to be talking about the All-Star much, to be honest with you. I'm not. I know that the hockey All-Star game is going on right now. I know that the football Pro Bowl is going on right now. Excuse me. And I just have no interest in any of it. I just don't. I don't know about you guys out there. I don't know how you ladies and you guys out there handle the All-Star game. I'll watch the baseball All-Star game. But when it comes to the football Pro Bowl, I think it's on today, right? I have no interest at all. It's crazy. I mean, I have interest in watching the Senior Bowl yesterday or the East-West the week before because those are players, those are draft picks, those are kids that I want to see, and maybe the Dolphins draft any of those guys. I've gotten to see them personally now, all that stuff. So for me, there's a method behind the madness when I go see the East-West and when I see the Senior, which, by the way, might be very boring for a lot of you out there. I mean, that's a lot of people aren't necessarily fans of that. So I understand. But it's one of those things where, and I don't know if it's because I'm the old man on the lawn or whatever, get off my lawn stuff. but the basketball All-Star game means nothing. And so does hockey. And I know we've got our guys there, and one of our guys scored 2 goals yesterday, which was great. But it just does nothing for me. It's not I'm just not I barely get entertained by preseason and NBA exhibition and all that kind of stuff. Even Major League spring training does nothing for me. So when I hear that these All-Star games are going on, and I had like some guy send me a tweet, hey, are you watching this at the All-Star game in the NHL? And I didn't even want to answer because I just didn't want them to I don't want to make somebody feel bad because it's not in my taste anymore. It's not in my wheelhouse. And it's weird. I don't know how many of you are like that. You can send it in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line 786-322-1105. Those of you watching right now on YouTube, on the chat board, are you interested at all in any of these All-Star games? And if you are, why? I would love to know why. What is compelling about it? I didn't even know about Lamar Jackson's disastrous performance in the Pro Bowl skills competition where he had to hit the targets. And please don't downplay that stuff and say, oh, well, Lamar didn't take that seriously. Oh, give me a break. They all take it serious. They're competitors, okay? NFL players, I've watched them in locker rooms. They go crazy on domino games, card games, a spitting contest. It doesn't matter what it is. Those guys don't like to lose. And watching, even going back in the day when they used to have those skills competition and it was Marino and those guys, they wanted to hit those targets. And Lamar, I think he and maybe his agent didn't think this through. Oh, that's right. He doesn't have an agent. It's his mom. He probably didn't think this through. And because he's got to know that his accuracy sucks. He's got to know that. And I know some of you are going to go, hey, did you watch his stats in football and all? Stats are misleading, okay? All right? When he's got design plays and design runs and all those kind of things, he does a pretty good job with the certain routes that they have him throw. They don't have him throw the whole route tree, okay? Let's just get that straight. So, and you saw it when Lamar, they took out the running game, he lost his crap. Okay, just like Ryan, just like Josh Allen, they're all the same. They're all the same kind of guy that, it is what it is. But I don't think he really thought it through. Bill, could you bring up the audio of Lamar Jackson and the guys talking about it? And here's the play-by-play. It's Tessitore and Booger McFarland. Now, I got to tell you something. Booger McFarland will have a job almost forever. Because here's a guy that rarely says anything controversial. Here's a guy that says a lot of silly-ass crap on the air. And he really, he plays the game of fluff like few have, let me tell you. John Gruden did it for a long time on TV because he always wanted another job, so he never was willing to call it like it is. And Booger McFarland in this play-by-play does not call it like it is. Let's go over this 1-minute disaster for Lamar Jackson in the skills competition. Go ahead.
Look, I'm always curious to see the strategy that guys go with here in precision passing. And you can see he wants the deep ball and those big points early on.
Yeah, he's trying to hit those corner routes down there, those 4-pointers. Typically, guys want to start with the 1-pointers, get some easy throws out of the way. Not Lamar, though.
Coming up short on those bucket tosses. And then he goes for the metronome, that 2-target metronome.
And missing that, too.
That cable line target for 5 points. So here he is a half minute into his 1-minute run and doesn't have a point.
But you can tell the confidence that he has because he's going for those deep ones. Maybe he's got to adjust the strategy a little bit.
You can tell the
Finally,
confidence
he
he
breaks
has. He's going
through
for the
with that
deeper ones.
4-target windmill, but this
Spin.
is looking like a struggle for the guy who was the breakout star in the league this year, Lamar Jackson, off the rim of the two-pointer.
Well, maybe they can design it.
Not only
for
was he the breakout star, he's going to be the presumptive MVP, named at NFL honors. Just a tremendous season by this young man.
No doubt.
Final toss for Lamar Jackson. It's off the mark again. So not the start he was hoping for in precision passing.
Now, there was no precision in Lamar's passing, okay? I mean, you got to watch that video. Seriously. I have it there on my Twitter feed at Big O Show. It's embarrassing. I think blindfolded Marino would have hit more targets. I bet you if you allow Marino to just scan the field, then put on the blindfold, he will do better than Lamar did in that competition. Okay? Remember, I'm talking about a guy that used to warm up. Marino used to warm up like this. I can do this now. But with those of you on the podcast, you won't be able to do it. You have to go back to the video. But Marino used to warm up like this, okay? Guy'd be standing about, I'd say about 20 yards, something like that. And he'd warm up the arm, spin around. Then he'd go like this. Bam. And the ball would go straight out. He'd throw it behind him and over his back. And Ed Perry would be standing 20, 25 yards, and it'd hit him right in the center of the numbers. I'd never seen that before in my life. Okay? I mean, that just over his head, over the back of his head. I've never seen that before in my life. And it was a spiral, like a bullet. Okay? That's how he would warm up his arm.
We need to get ready for Will Carroll, sir.
Oh, yes. All right, let's do that. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. Don't forget that, of course, we're out here at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealership. Come on out here. Give us a couple minutes, and we'll have Will Carroll on right here on The Big O Show.
This is The Big O Show. This is The Big O Show. This is The Big O Show.
The world's biggest band is coming twice. Metallica. Headlining the Welcome to Rockville Music Festival. 2 different nights, 2 different sets. The weekend of May 8th through the 10th. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com for all information. Get your tickets on sale right now. The one, the only Metallica. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
This is The Big O Show. This is The Big O Show.
All righty, welcome back. And I promise you we're going to talk to the injury expert, Will Carroll, of course. We got some important injuries, especially in the Super Bowl next week. We got a couple players that are dealing with injuries, so I figured that we'd bring, of course, the injury expert, just in case you are going to make some kind of a wager, right? You want to make sure you make an educated one. And so that's why we bring on Will Carroll to give you the edge that you need in order to win a little money. Follow him on Twitter at Injury Expert. Will the Thrill, how are you doing, my brother? Wait a minute. Do we have him? Wait, hold on. Hold on. Okay, Will? Hold on. We are getting Will on for you. We will figure it out here in a second and get him on the program and ask him about a couple of the important injuries there in the Super Bowl. A couple guys that are really, really important to what each team is trying to accomplish. So we'll get into that. Maybe we'll ask him a little bit about heat injuries too, since we're dealing with a couple of heat injuries right now also on the program. What are we doing? What's going on? No? Not connecting? Let's see. All right, we're give us a second here. Bill's going to try to figure it out and try to get everything squared away. And we'll try to get Will Carroll on the program. All right, if you want to get in, don't forget 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the show, you can also reach out to us on the accidentlawfirm.com text line and on Twitter, at Big O Show, and on Instagram at Big O Radio Show. Many ways to get in on the show and support it. I still got to get into some of the stuff with the Dodger players who addressed the media yesterday. Do we have Will?
We have it working finally.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bluetooth.
Ah, there we go. Will the Thrill. I love it. All right, Will, how you doing, my man?
I'm doing great, other than freezing to death. I know that's not your problem down in Miami. You got everybody coming down there for the Super Bowl next week. Up here in Indianapolis, not quite the one.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. I would imagine when we're out there in late February, it's going to be really, really cold for the NFL Combine, like it always is, my brother. It's always nice. Indy, you love the part when you're walking through downtown and it's not too bad, but then you turn a corner and you realize the building was blocking the wind, and then that wind comes screaming at you, and boy, it just slices you in half, brother.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of people remember when we had the Super Bowl here, and it was in the 50s. We got all the weather luck, so maybe we'll get that come February.
Yeah, dude, that's right. The Super Bowl week, that was. It was almost like the sports gods said, "All right, let's give them a break," and it was maybe the best week I've ever had up there in the winter in Indy.
Yeah,
I gotta say,
exactly. And following on Dallas, which couldn't deal with the weather they had the year prior, made us look even a little bit better.
Oh, no, way better. Dude, I was there. The mayor refused to use salt because she was worried about the roads. And meanwhile, all the roads were full of ice. My producer got sick. I had to go to a supermarket to go get him some medicine, and I watched 3 car accidents on my way there because people were hydrosliding on the damn ice. And they were going like 30, 40 miles an hour. Yeah, they were doing like 30 or 40, but all of a sudden they hit a patch, and dude, they were just sailing right into walls. I must have gone less than 10 miles an hour to that market and back. Watching that, I said, no way, dude, I am not going at any speed whatsoever, and I stayed under 10 miles an hour. It took me like 40 minutes to get there and back, and it was only, a couple miles away, but that's because I was slow, man. Forget it. I wasn't going to lose it. All right, let's see. Talking about losing it, will San Francisco be losing Tevin Coleman this week to the shoulder injury?
In a normal week, if we were talking about, not even regular season, but, coming off a bye week into that first playoff game, no way. But this is a Super Bowl, so they're going to give him every shot. Now, they haven't talked about what they found in the MRI. Anytime you have a dislocation, there's 2 parts you have to deal with. First is the initial dislocation. When it's out, it's incredibly painful. You could see that. He didn't want to move. His feet just basically locked down, and he was like, you fix it here. and it took him a little while to get it back in, and that's a little bit worrisome because the second part is what damage was done. Shoulders are not supposed to dislocate. No joint is supposed to dislocate. Some people are looser than others. Kevin is obviously not one of them. So the question is, what stretched? What tore? The soft tissue is the longer-term problem. Can he play through it? That's the open question. We just don't know yet. We're going to have to watch it closely. Normally, no. Super Bowl, maybe.
All right. Quan Alexander with the pec. What's how is he? What's the latest? Is he all right for this game?
Maybe. This is essentially the J.J. Watt story without all the J.J. Wattism all over it. Why are we not saying, look at Quan Alexander doing the hagiographies on them, sainting them, letting them host Saturday Night Live, for God's sake. This is the same injury on virtually the same timeline, and he's coming back. So does that tell us, hey, maybe it took too long to come back? Because I've talked to physical therapists. I've talked to the surgeon who did J.J. Watt's pectoral surgery, and he says he did nothing different. So Alexander's out there. There is a significant chance it's going to re-tear, and if so, they just have to have the surgery again, and it's, maybe it's 6 months, maybe it's 8 weeks. Kind of the timelines are changing on it, but he's at no further risk than he was last week.
All right. I don't think there's any other serious injuries with them. On the KC side, I mean, these are kind of, I just got to ask about them, but Travis Kelce with the knee, expected to play, right? It's one of those deals.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not a knee. There's been a lot of discussion. Is it a bone bruise? It's not. It is an IT band, which is the iliotibial band, which is a fascia that comes from the hip all the way around the leg. And he's having tightness there. He's having some pain. They're having to roll it out. They're having to do a lot of therapy on it to get him comfortable. It's a longer-term problem, and it's not uncommon, but it's more of an annoyance than it is something that's going to keep him out. He's going to be able to be out there. If you watched him last week, he was running his routes, he was doing his things, and then he was limping back to the huddle. I think it's harder on him walking than running. He'll play effectively.
All right. And Jones, calf, he played last time, so I would imagine that he's going to be even healthier now by this point. Yeah. Is that true?
That's exactly right. He gets the extra week. He'll be ready to go, and you assume that the extra week is not only going to get him back to where he was last week, but maybe a little bit better. The bye weeks do help. We know that both during the season and that bye week that everybody's fighting for at the start of the playoffs.
Okay. Now Zion, this drives me crazy, right? All these idiots are just making this big deal about his minutes and, well, when are they going to raise his minutes? And the guy's only played 2 games. They went from 18 to 21. It's like everybody else wants to be a freaking doctor, and they're not the ones rehabbing the kid. They're not the ones teaching him how to walk again and run the right way and land the right way and do all those things that they're trying to do with him. Can you explain to people that they're probably doing the right thing by this kid by, gradually bringing him along? Because it's almost like everybody else graduated from medicine and they want to give this kid immediately 40 minutes. And when he blows out his leg, then we're all ripping the doctors for playing him for 40 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. You explained it as well as I can. The thing that you can tell, and this is the hard part, New Orleans is doing right by this kid. And if you take a look at Anthony Davis, who, once he's out of his rookie contract, he's out of there, that's likely the same fate. They might be saving, Zion for, I don't know, the Heat, maybe the Lakers. Who knows who will be the hot team in 4 years. But they are trying to change how he moves. And if you watched him the other night, he played pretty well, but he played like he was thinking about it. And then he had that burst in the fourth quarter where he was not. And he was playing naturally. And you can see what's there. If they can combine those two, if they can get this more natural, he's going to be amazing. So what they're doing is good for the league, and maybe not good for them. But the obvious talent is there. The worry is the knees long term. But a lot of people say, "Oh, he's too big." Favors is bigger than him. Nobody's worried about him just because he's not as explosive. I think the athleticism and all the work that Zion Williamson is putting in is really going to pay off. That kid's a talent.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt that he is an absolute freaking talent, man. I just hope he can stay healthy. That to me is the whole key there. All right, let's move closer here to the Miami Heat. Kendrick Nunn, we hear the word Achilles, and it is scary. Should we be scared about this injury, or it's not a serious injury? What's the deal?
Any Achilles injury is serious. You have to worry about the ultimate problem. If it pops, then you're looking at 6 to 8 months. That'd be essentially the season peak into next year. It's not the career ender that it was not so long ago, but it's certainly not good. So anytime you see that there's even a minor strain there, you've got to take care of it. You've got to allow it to heal. You've got to try to see what you can do for it. Again, this is something that's fairly easy to visualize. A quick MRI, and you know exactly where it is. You can use ultrasound to check it day to day if you want. So catching it early is certainly better than catching it once it's popped and you're heading for surgery.
All right. Paul George, my brother, he's been out for several games with that hamstring. How bad is it?
Here's the thing with Paul George. You have to remember what he's been through. He knows how to rehab, and he knows where he is with that rehab. So he's taking his time. Again, it's a little bit of, hey, it's January. These games don't really matter, which is an NBA-wide problem. They want to make sure once he's healthy again, he stays healthy, make sure those muscles heal up properly. So there's just no rush to get him back. We're going to see a lot of this around the league. This is not just Paul George. This is not him playing diva, which he's perfectly capable of doing. This is just making sure the muscle heals up and taking the time off because, frankly, Kawhi's got it.
All right. I don't know if there's any truth to this, but I hear that the finger for Joel Embiid will now be used on all the signs that say dangerous curves ahead on the road there. So apparently he could be back next week. Is this something that could linger with that finger? What's the deal?
No. A dislocation is exceptionally painful. They're worried a little bit about the fact that the swelling didn't go down after they reduced it. I've probably told this story before on here, but when I was a freshman, I was playing JV quarterback, threw the ball, hit a helmet of somebody, probably my own teammate, and dislocated my index finger. It hurt so bad, I ran to the sideline. The coach popped it back in, and I realized I ran to the wrong sideline. You don't think about it. It just hurts. So when you see it bent off to the side like that, you know something's up. And again, just like with Tevin Coleman, what you're worried about is the soft tissue. His didn't, immediately, the pain was gone, but the inflammation stayed. So there's likely some tendon damage in there. They want to make sure that doesn't become a long-term problem. He has enough of those.
Okay. All right. Good stuff there. All right. Well, if we don't have you on by next week, I'm just wondering, what is your Super Bowl pick, my man?
I really think this is going to be a good game, but I think Pat Mahomes is just too good. I think it's going to be close, but I think Pat Mahomes is going to keep his team right there, won't let them fall behind. I worry for the 49ers that he could run away if they actually get off to a good start. But I think this is Andy Reid's, and I think this is Patrick Mahomes putting his stamp, saying, I am the best player in the NFL. Try to come get me.
All right. Hey, one more thing I got before I let you go. We had the East-West last week and the Senior Bowl this week, and obviously we got a lot of quarterback buzz down here. I would imagine that there's a lot of quarterback buzz over there, right? Jacoby Brissett is not considered the future. What do you think the Colts do with their first-round pick? Do you think they're looking to get a quarterback since there's so many quarterbacks coming out?
I don't. I don't think the quarterbacks they like are going to be available. I think a lot of people are going to be looking at Jordan Love. He has the buzz right now. We'll see him at the combine here. Do you really love that guy after what was a down year? Yes, he's a talent. Yes, you can squint and see Lamar Jackson if you really want to. But I think what's going to happen here is they're going to have to wait and see if Anthony Costanzo comes back. If he decides to retire, which is likely, they're going to have to go out and get an offensive lineman. Next year is a pretty good quarterback class as well. So I think it's one more year of Brissett, and then they bring in their guy.
All right, there you go. Follow him on Twitter at Injury Expert. He is Will Carroll. Will, as always, man, studly stuff. I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Thanks, Otto.
You got it. There you go. Will Carroll, man, the injury expert, as always, bringing it. So Taylor Zarzour and Will Carroll. We will have, at 2 o'clock, Mark Lillibridge is going to join us. Former NFL player, scout, agent, personnel guys. He's done everything. Contract negotiator. He's done everything in the business. So we'll talk all things NFL with him. We'll get his thoughts on maybe some of the draft picks, what he thinks, the Super Bowl, some of the NFL topics out there. So we'll have some fun with him at 2 o'clock. At 1:30, Bob Fesco is going to join us from 610, Sports Radio 610 in Kansas City. So we'll talk a little Pat Mahomes with him. At 2:30, Patricia Triana is going to join us. I've had Patricia on my national show, actually, on Sirius. I've had her on several times. This is, I think, the first time I've had her here on this show. So looking forward to that. I want to talk to her a little bit about Eli and his retirement and where he stands, and get her thoughts on it also, because she's been covering Eli for a few years now. So we've got that. We've got 3 more guests for you on the program in the next 2 hours. So we'll have a little fun. We are out here till 3 o'clock. We're at Toyota of Hollywood, where we have 400,000 square feet, state-of-the-art facility, 0% financing for 72 months. They'll make your payments till 2021. So many great deals. That's why we want you to come on down to 1841 North State Road 7. And, of course, tell everybody out here, when you're out here, tell them that Big O sent you. Trust me, they will take care of you, okay? All right? We like it. It's a beautiful thing. What else do we have here on the show that we want to talk a little bit about? I wonder if I should get into the Dodger players here, because that was juicy yesterday, the Dodger players talking. You know what? I'm going to hold that off.
I was going to say, we've got about 5 minutes. That ain't going to do it justice, right?
Right. No, you know what? Let's hold off to the top of the hour for that one. But I will. Let's do this. Bill Self came out, and he addressed the Silvio De Sousa situation. And listen, I am not a fan of the way the Big 12 handled it. The suspensions that came down. To give Sousa only 12 games is an absolute joke. It really is. They gave De Sousa 12 games. They gave McCormick 2 games. On the K-State side, they gave James Love 8 and Antonio Gordon 3. Now, De Sousa, personally, I think should be kicked off the team. He's a one-and-doneer anyway. I want you to hear Bill Self, because Bill Self after the game sounded pretty disgusted with the act and everything that went on. And when you hear him now talk about this and talk about what De Sousa did, his stance completely changes from where he was after the game, that it felt like he was actually going to do something of substance. And Kansas has done nothing of substance. They have stayed behind whatever the Big 12's call was, which was only a mere 12 games, which allows De Sousa to come back for the end of the season and the tournament. Let me play this soundbite so you can hear Bill Self, and I'm going to tell you what I think is really going on. Go ahead.
I know this, if my son or daughter makes a bad emotional decision and a mistake, I know one thing, I'm not going to quit loving him, and he's ours, and I'm proud that he is. What people think has nothing to do with my decision. Zero. The fact that somebody, after watching it one time and everything, can make a decision, this is exactly how it's going to be, that doesn't impact what I do at all. Nobody's going to pressure me into doing something unless I feel like it's right for Kansas basketball.
Well, DeSalza is part of this shoe scandal also, okay? I don't know if I got a feeling. This is a guy that I mean, his demeanor, his face, the way he was distraught from everything that went on after that game, it looked like he was actually going to take a hardline stance here. And now he comes out, well, we're going to love him, and he's one of ours, and if it was one of my kids, and all of that stuff, right? I just think there's too much dirt. That's all. I just think that DeSalza and Kansas are involved in so many other things that, if you go hard after this kid and you crap on him now, then how are you going to be able to do this again down the line with other kids? Because they're going to see that, right? They're going to see how you treated your best player and that you weren't backing him in his moment of need, supposedly. Plus, that player probably has been involved in some foo stuff along with the school. That's the impression I get, man. That here's a guy that maybe wanted to get rid of him, but really can't. And maybe the school wanted to get rid of him, but they can't. And I don't know, maybe the Big 12 also wants to protect their conference and one of their marquee teams so they don't get into, because they already have the other issue going on. Now you add this, it compounds everything.
So in other words, protect the kid so he doesn't go run his mouth? Is that what you're kind of
No, it's
connecting?
It's protect the, yeah, protect the kid so he doesn't run his mouth about.
And totally spill, and now you're really.
Right. Now you've got a real issue because he won't have any issues.
You know what I didn't like that he says?
It's not jail. It's nothing. He just walks away, and it becomes all kinds of.
Here, I go to the NBA.
And that's where he's headed anyway. That's where he's headed anyway. So what's the big deal?
You know, it's the thing I didn't like. He says, "How can you make a judgment on watching this once? The guy has a stool over his head, and he's ready to come down and level somebody.
And
thank God,
and he was going to do it.
Yes,
he was going to do it because you watch his face and his rage. If that assistant coach does not save his ass, it's over. And then we're kicking him out.
And we can't figure this out with seeing it the first time. Really, you can't figure that out.
No, it's Bill self-protecting his program. That's all. That's the impression I get. Whether it's true or not, those are the optics. Okay? So anybody listening or watching from Kansas basketball, these are the optics. You're a cheater. You're involved in that shoe scandal. Now the same player that's involved in that shoe scandal is also involved in this. And you bailed him out by ripping that chair out of his arms. Because if you don't rip that chair, he slams somebody. And then what? That's one of the things that I cannot stand about our society. We are a reactionary society. We are not precautionary. Ever. We had a bunch of dudes with bombs in a van at the World Trade Center years ago, and they were unsuccessful. And what did we do? We never followed up with any more preventive measures after that. We kind of blew it away and said, just sweep it under, no big deal. And before you know it, a couple years later, towers go down. Because we didn't take proper precautionary measurements. Okay, well, they're going after us. We got to do something. And then all the stories come out about the signs were there and all that. Well, we did nothing. Now we're trying to be as preventive as possible about this kind of stuff. Well, why weren't we from the get-go? Well, here's your opportunity to send a message and say this behavior will not be tolerated. And the other thing is, that was a violent way he was going to end things. That's how he thinks. And just because you ripped the chair out of his arms doesn't make it that he didn't do it. He was going to do it. that he was going to be guilty of that, of hitting somebody with a chair, which Lord knows where we were going after that.
There's malice intent all over his face, man.
Give me a break. He's one of ours. Well, you can have him, dude. You can have him, bro. I mean, if that's what you want to run your program, those are the kind of people you want on your program, then go ahead. That's what you're going to recruit. That's what you're going to bring on your campus. You know, does he get violent with anybody else? Go ahead. And if something happens from here until he leaves, it's on you now. You know, but it just, the optics are that you're protecting something. That's what it feels like. Just does. All right, let me tell you about VSS West Pines, man. We love talking about VSS West Pines. Alex, Tommy, Jose. Listen, Jose, we got two Jose's. We got the manager, Trex, and we got the dude. We've also got, we also call him Nugs too, right? Because he's kind of Jose 2.0. We got Sasha, the responsible one. Get on down to VSS West Pines. They've got a wide variety and excellent selection of cigarillos. By the way, the largest variety of roll-your-own cigars, rolling papers like raw, smoking, hookahs, all price ranges from $19.99 and up. They even have the Khalil Mamoon, Egyptian-made. They've got that hookah there. They've got CBD, flower, tinctures, edibles from chocolates, gummies, jelly beans, ice cream, women's face masks, CBD topicals, transdermals. Call, or better yet, go to VSSWestPines.com. Follow them on Instagram and Twitter, and make sure, most of all, you tell them that the Big O Show sent you. VSS West Pines.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com. No one expects.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 111019.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used.
50% less.
A pre-owned 2019 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
The world's biggest band is coming twice. Metallica. Headlining the Welcome to Rockville Music Festival. 2 different nights, 2 different sets. The weekend of May 8th through the 10th. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com for all information. Get your tickets on sale right now. The one, the only Metallica. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
All righty, welcome back. I like some guy, I think Luke Doolin on Twitter tells me, coward, and I was talking about Mike Fiers. He goes, in 10 years, we'll be talking about how he saved baseball. There's no saving baseball. Baseball's dying. I'm sorry for you seam heads out there, okay? I like baseball too. I love baseball, actually. But I got to be honest. I have the pulse of what people like to talk about, okay? It's like I know on all of these things. I know what they want to talk about. And baseball is so down the totem pole. MLS soccer, when we get into the 30s, okay, it's 2020 now. When we get to 2030, in that decade coming up, the MLS will be ahead of Major League Baseball. Mark my words. You'll see. Next 10 years, that sport, okay, the sport has already exploded and it's all over. Kids already like soccer more than baseball as it is. I don't know if you know that, but I'm just enlightening you a little bit. Kids, okay, 25 and under, they'll watch a soccer game over a baseball game every day of the week and twice on Sundays. So I'm not sure you know what you're talking about, because what you don't realize is baseball's not building new fans. They're living off the old ones like me, and we're dying. But you go ahead and think whatever you want if you want to go for it. Now, speaking of baseball, let's talk a little bit about it, because yesterday the players from the Dodgers came out and addressed the cheating scandal. Yesterday, we played you Mike Fiers' comments, which he's a freaking coward, because he's the guy that started all of this, and now when you ask him the question, oh, I don't want to be a distraction to my team. Well, you already are, dude. You created a distraction for the entire sport. Nobody cares about the sport already as it is. All they're going to do is talk about your scandal. Nobody's going to care about the game. They're going to talk about your scandal. But whatever. First, let's go with Dave Roberts, the manager of the Dodgers. And he was asked about the cheating scandal, and if he's mad about it, let's see what Dave Roberts had to say. Go ahead.
Angry are you? About what, Bill?
About the sign stealing scandal.
Yeah, I think that first off, I think that what went down as far as what the commissioner decided to do as far as penalty, we completely support it. But as far as kind of the direct impact, of 17 of the World Series, it's frustrating. It's really frustrating. I think that this could be a conversation I can go on for quite some time. But I think my demeanor. It's really frustrating. You look at what could have happened, and I can't go too much into it, Plash, but speaking for the players, the fans, and it was quite a season. What could have been different, but really for me, it kind of goes out to some unfair criticism that guys like Clayton took, you and Kenley, and I guess frustrating is probably the floor, but of my emotions. But that's kind of where I'm at.
Well, there's Dave Roberts, and the part where he says I can't get too much into it. Why? Is there a secret memo out there from baseball to try to keep it to a minimum? Because you have to address some of it, I guess. It all depends. If you're Mike Fiers, you don't want to address anything. If you're an Astros player outside of Dallas Keuchel, you don't want to address it. And we played yesterday Fiers, his cowardly statement, and we played also Dallas Keuchel apologizing. Well, let's hear from Ross Stripling. Obviously, here's a guy that he's on that mound, and this is something that affected him in a big time way.
I'm out there to be prepared and to make it to where you have no idea what's coming, and now all of a sudden you take that away from me. That is literally my job, and you've now taken that away from me. And now you have the best players in the world at what they do, knowing exactly what's coming ahead of time, and possibly knowing what side of the plate it's coming, and all sorts of things. And it is absolutely game-changing. I don't know how else to say it.
Listen, again, I'll tell you, because I've heard people actually say, well, you still have to hit the ball. It's not that much of an advantage. It's a huge advantage. It's an enormous advantage for those guys. Again, not for you or me, okay? Because they can tell me it's a curveball on the left side of the plate, and I will have no shot at hitting it anyway. They can tell me it's a fastball, a high fastball, and I'm going to strike out. They can tell me it's a low fastball, low inside, low outside. I'll miss anyway. But that's me. That's you. These guys, oh, man, are you kidding me? The eyes, the reflexes that these pros have, come on, man. It's a huge advantage. And if you're a pitcher like Ross, you have to feel so like it's not just cheated. It's almost like they made a mockery of you. They just like crapped all over what you do for a living, and they just laughed at you basically. It's a bigger extreme than cheating. It's just so much more insulting on so many levels to guys like that, because, man, you work. It's 162 games, dude, and then it's all those playoff games. And by the way, didn't that World Series last to 7 games, if I'm correct?
Yes, it did.
You know what the splits are? Home and road. Home, they were 8-1. Road, they were 3-6. Batting average, 273 to 208. A strikeout percentage, 15% at home, 23% on the road. Runs per game, 5.7 to 3.0. I mean, the splits were enormous. And now, I don't know how the postseason splits for every other team was, but I'm sure it wasn't this. The difference between this, it could not have been the same. It had to have been a lot tighter. It's bad, dude. It's bad. Bad. Here's Justin Turner. And he's basically being honest because he's saying what we all should be saying. Go ahead.
We know how hard it is to win a World Series, getting there back-to-back years and not being successful. And we know that it's something that you really have to earn. And with, the commissioner's report and the evidence and what they had, it's hard to feel like they earned it and they earned the right to be called champions, which is something that I think everyone in this game holds pretty highly.
I'm not going to look at them as champions. I'm going to look at them as cheaters. I mean, that's the only way to look at the Astros, is as cheaters. And the fact that they have been running and hiding, and not saying anything and not defending themselves. Because, listen, when you're innocent of something, you will stand on the highest mountain in the world and scream it at everybody and say, F you all. I didn't do this. I don't care what you people tell me. There's no proof. I never did this. You will have incredible passion to prove your innocence. There's none. You even have Dallas Keuchel apologizing. So here's Justin Turner following up. And for some people that want to strip the Astros of that championship and then give it to the Dodgers, Justin Turner, a Dodger, he doesn't like that idea.
There's been reports to the city council asking for us to get a trophy. I don't think anyone in the organization wants that. We want to be able to experience those things. We want to be able to dogpile. We want to be able to pop the champagne in the clubhouse and spray all you guys. And we want to have our parade, and we want to do it the right way. So I don't think anyone's asking for that trophy. I don't think anyone wants that trophy by any means. But just not 100% sure if they should be called champions for the rest of their lives.
Should they have to vacate the trophy, vacate the title, give the trophy back?
Should they?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What do you think?
Again, it's just hard. We know how hard it is to win a championship, and it's something that you definitely have to earn. And the evidence and the commissioner's report, it makes it hard to believe that it was earned.
Do you think the Astro players, some of them at least, are walking around a little frustrated nowadays? Or how about they'll be frustrated for the rest of their lives? Because everybody will walk up to me, hey, yeah, you guys cheated. Yeah, you guys cheated. And that's kind of going to be the attitude. And here's the other thing. If they never get back to another World Series again and win one, or get back or even win one, either or, that story gets magnified even more. Okay? I'm just telling you that's what's going to end up happening. And look, I don't think any of us need to feel sorry for anybody on the Astros. They knew what they were doing, okay? And they continued to do it. They knew that they were getting an edge. And they didn't care. They didn't care that they were cheating the game, cheating themselves, cheating the other team. Because like I just said, you've worked so hard through spring training, 20-something games, 30 games, whatever it is you play in spring training, and 162 more. Then the postseason, and you're going to cheat? I mean, it's a long road to get to the World Series, man.
What do you think they should do, O? To do it, obviously you can't give it to the Dodgers.
I just think you leave it the way it is. Because
you let them have the trophy.
Well, it's not that. It's not that you let them have the trophy because they're going to have to carry it around with the stain anyway. So it doesn't matter.
You think the damage has been done,
right? The damage is. It's kind of like OJ. OJ didn't serve his sentence, but he's living a sentence for the rest of his life. Because most people will look at OJ and say, you're a scumbag, you're a murderer, I don't want anything to do with you. Yeah. There's always going to be the idiots that want to take a picture with the moron, but whatever. But most of us we look at him as guilty. he knows we all look at him as guilty. Okay, he can act.
Well, anybody in their right mind.
Right, right. And so he can act however he wants about it, whether he can act like it doesn't affect him, but it's got to affect him to a certain degree that he knows that people are constantly looking at him going, there's the scumbag, there's the lowlife. And so the Astro players are now going to have to live with, that's the cheater. Yeah, those guys cheated. Those guys stole the signs. That's why they won it. So now whenever they have to address that championship, they will now address cheating with it every single time. That's your sentence.
You know what I kind of like? The idea like what they did with Reggie Bush and USC.
Right, vacate
and just
it.
take it.
Right.
You're not the champion. There's no champion.
Got no problem with that. If you want to do it, that's fine. But the Astro players are now living with their own life sentence now.
So it has a tail. There's always going to be this. If you talk champion, you're going to bring up cheating.
That's it.
They hold hands and they walk together forever.
Even their own fans are going to feel that way now.
How could they not? How could they not? It isn't like you only did this once.
Right.
You did it because it worked, and you did it again.
Of course. That's why you're going to do things, because they work and they give you an advantage.
I.e. Belichick.
Right? Whether it's steroids, whatever you're going to do something because it gives you an advantage. You know what I mean? And that's why you do it, because you see the difference. And you take the steroids because you know your reflexes are going to be better. Your vision's going to be better. You're going to hit the ball farther. You're going to recover faster. You're going to play better.
You're not going to wear.
Yeah, all of that.
From April to October, have nothing in the tank.
Everything is going to be positive for you, and you see the difference in your body when you're on it and when you're not on it. And so you're going to do it because it gives you an advantage. And if you're scuffing the ball, you're doing it because you see that there's an advantage to it. And if Phil Niekro has a file in his pocket, it's because he knows it gives him an advantage. And if you put cork in your bat, it's because you know it gives you an advantage.
Oh, he was just doing that to show off at batting practice.
Everybody does something like that because it's an advantage.
Clearly.
When people start to argue with me or discuss with me that, steroids don't give you an advantage. Yes, they do. Now, is it the same as stealing signs? Probably not. Stealing signs is way better than steroids, because steroids, you still have to hit the ball. The thing is, these kind of people can hit the ball. You and I, we can shoot ourselves up, and we can get nice and big and strong and fast and all that, and we'll go to the plate and we're going to strike out left and right because we're not a trained baseball player.
No,
we don't have the eye, the reflexes to be that. But when you are a trained baseball player that can hit the baseball, okay?
And your strike zone is only 6 inches instead of 20.
Yeah, and that's why you take the steroids. Everything gives you an advantage. So don't give me this BS, that it's not an advantage. That's why they did it. Enrique Hernandez. Here's another guy. He was probably the most brutally honest guy out of all of them, okay? And he had no problem going after the Astros.
What happened, man. Like, the situation sucks. Punishments were given. Players got immunity. They got away with it, and it is what it is, man. Like, I'm not really worried about. I'm not sitting at home thinking about like, oh man, they cheated us and this and that. It happened. It happened. We had, everybody warned us. We had a feeling we were just, there was no way around it, and it wasn't meant to be.
Would you say everybody weren't necessarily apologetic?
Huh?
Their players weren't necessarily apologetic coming off this. Do you care? Do you read that from them? An apology?
Keuchel apologized.
Oh, Keuchel. None of their hitters, I guess.
Keuchel apologized.
Does that mean something to you?
I think it means more to the community, to the fans. I'm just a player. I'm involved. I think the fact that we got, you could say, cheated in the World Series. Whether you apologize or not, it is what it is. I guess when you get suspended for when you the other way of cheating, when you do steroids, you apologize. But for whatever reason, since they were able to get away with it, they didn't have to apologize. I don't know. Maybe they're going to apologize in the future. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know enough about the investigation to comment about what the punishment should be. like I said, they cheated and they got away with it, and they got a ring out of it. So I guess if nothing happened to them as players, good for them. But I'm not gonna sit here and play commissioner and decide what the punishments should be. I'm just here answering questions about our team. And
there you go, Enrique Hernandez, and he was open about it, talking about how they cheated, and it's got to be the worst feeling when you know that you've worked so hard to put yourself in this position, and somebody uses a clear advantage to steal that opportunity from you. And listen, if they beat you fair and square, it's all good, man. No problem. I don't think any of us should ever get mad at that. You can be disappointed about losing, but you can definitely be very mad if somebody cheated or lied. And that's exactly what these guys did. And they know, they see the immunity side of it, and that's got to rub all of these guys the wrong way. Now, on the flip side, that's the NFLPA fighting for you. So if you're a player and then you end up in a difficult situation, that same union that fought for the Astros is going to be fighting for you too. So it's really a twisted situation, because the NFLPA is fighting for the rights of players that don't deserve to have that right. Yeah, because you cheated, you lied, you defamed the game. Why should we reward you now? And this doesn't make the players' union look good in any way, shape, or form. Here is Justin Turner. Yesterday we told you, we played it for you. Dallas Keuchel has been the only Astro that has apologized. Justin Turner had a really good point about that apology.
Well, Dallas Keuchel didn't hit, so I don't think I don't really know why he was the one apologizing, but he's the first one that's mentioned anything like that, so I guess good for him.
Anyway, there you go. That's Dallas Keuchel didn't hit. He's right about that. He's 1,000% right. Why should the pitchers for the Astros be apologizing? And Keuchel's on the White Sox, if I'm correct. I think he signed a White Sox contract. And you're talking about a guy that had nothing really to do with any of this. It's crazy. Yeah, because even with the pitchers coming about, you're not even wasting your time telling them the pitches either, because they're like you and me, they're not going to hit it anyway. So that one doesn't matter. But with everybody else, they were kind of involved. Actually, they wouldn't be able to, because they would play only national when they were at the Dodgers, not at the Astros. So the pitchers weren't hitting at home. That's right. At all. So there were no signs to be stolen at that time. Interesting. But that was a really good line by Justin Turner. What, Keuchel didn't hit? What the hell's he apologizing about?
Shows you that some guys really do feel guilty, because obviously he wasn't involved in it.
But
he's involved because he's a teammate.
I'm telling you, because they now have that jail sentence for the rest of their lives now.
They brought it on themselves, man.
That's it. They're going to have to carry that around forever.
Anybody that comes in their face, dude, you brought this on your own.
Yeah, no, and not only that, you'll get championship, oh yeah, cheating. That's right. Oh, championship, oh, cheating. Yeah.
Or just championship.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And you'll get people commenting and saying cheaters and all that stuff. That's what you're going to have to live. I'm sure Astros fans are getting that from their friends that are fans of other teams.
And rightfully so.
Right. Yes. Yes. And it's a shame, because that championship meant a lot to an organization that was really bad for a long time and had bounced back. And it looked like it was obviously doing all the right things. And they were, at least when it comes to drafting, because they obviously picked a lot of really good players. and they were really aggressive in free agency to kind of, that's what you need in baseball.
Those two pitchers they brought at the trade deadlines both years. Wow.
Yeah, and that's why, that's what you need in baseball. You've got to be able to draft and develop, but then you're going to have to use some free agency to kind of, get you over the top. And that's what they were able to do.
You know something, legitimately on paper, man, they were probably the best team.
Oh, yeah.
And to have to resort to this
right.
and have this asterisk now cheating, man. You know what? Why the hell didn't they put a little bit more thought into this? The ramifications, the repercussions, and how long, it's going to be a stigma. You're the best on paper, man.
Yep.
Go play the game.
Yep, you're right. We are going to talk a little, we're going to switch gears. We're going to talk a little Kansas City football. Bob Fesco from Sports Talk 610 in Kansas City will join us next. KC takes on the 49ers next week in the Super Bowl right here in Miami. We'll talk to Bob Fesco. We'll talk a little KC football next.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
The world's biggest band is coming twice. Metallica. Headlining the Welcome to Rockville Music Festival. 2 different nights, 2 different sets. The weekend of May 8th through the 10th. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com for all information. Get your tickets on sale right now. The one, the only Metallica. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
All righty, we are back, and we're going to switch gears here. We're going to talk a little Super Bowl. It's in town. Bob Fesco will be covering Kansas City for 610 for Sports Talk 610 or Sports Radio 610 there in Kansas City. You can follow him on Twitter at Bob Fesco. Bob, good afternoon, my friend. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm actually at a Gulfstream with a friend of mine who's got a horse running today, so we're getting ready to meet the horse and getting ready to meet the jockey before we go see this horse race.
Damn, dude. I wish. Well, we were at Hialeah Park yesterday doing the show, so I could have actually been wagering on that race a little bit since I was wagering on some of the tracks yesterday. So, damn. All right. What's the horse so we can keep up with it? What's the name?
Well, what's the horse name again? Starship. The one that's racing right now, Starship Taxi is race number 7 in the next race. So
Okay.
we'll see what it does.
All right, I was going to ask if he was a Jefferson Starship fan, and that's why he did it. But no, okay, now Starship Taxi. That's a whole different ball game there. So walk us through it. What's the environment right now at Gulfstream?
Oh, it's pretty good, man. Like, I haven't been to a horse track in a long time. We don't have one in Kansas City anymore, so we had the opportunity to roll out here and see a race or two before we head to Convention Center and start, covering football this afternoon.
I love it. All right, good stuff there. All right, Bob. So I would imagine, Bob, the day that they drafted Pat Mahomes, you said, "Oh, this guy's going to dominate the league and lead them to a Super Bowl in a couple years," right? This has gone exactly the way you imagined.
Well, no, not at all. I think, Kansas City fans are so, worried about the next shoe getting ready to drop, and everybody's wondering, oh, my God, is this going to be the right guy? Did they get the right guy? Did they get the right guy? And it clearly looks like they got the right guy. It wasn't even a debate who the right guy was, and this guy has clearly been the right guy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it is it's almost like you remember the movie Weird Science where the two kids went in and they designed the woman and obviously she came out and smoking hot Kelly LeBrock.
Wait, hold on, over here.
It's almost like two guys that got together and designed the perfect quarterback, and that's what this young man is.
Well, there's no question he's the perfect quarterback, and I think you're right about that. I mean, I think they did develop the perfect quarterback. I don't know how he got to us, but I guess it's all those years of absolutely, being terrible at the quarterback position and using somebody else's, garbage as our quarterback. We finally got the opportunity to not only get ours, but maybe the best of all time. I've never seen anybody better than this guy.
Oh, yeah, no. When people are saying that he moves like Elway and throws like Marino, it's really hard to argue that one because he kind of looks like that combination, doesn't he?
Yeah, he really does. I mean, I'm almost 43 years old. I've never seen anybody play the position like this in my entire life. I mean, and I don't think it's hyperbole either. I don't think it's hyperbole at all to say he's the best I've ever seen because I look at him every day and I go, my God, you do nothing wrong. You can beat people with your arm. You can beat people with your legs. You can beat people with your mind. I mean, he just absolutely knows how to destroy people.
Yeah, no, you're right about it. See, that's where I have this interesting discussion with some fans because I never buy the Lamar hype. I've never bought the Ryan Tannehill, even when he did what he did this year. I don't buy Josh Allen because in the end, these guys are all dependent on a running game. And when it all breaks down and there will be chaos in the NFL, your quarterback has to rise above that chaos and beat you with his arm. And those guys, when that chaos happens and you're going to depend on your arm, those guys will all struggle. Whereas this kid's going to beat you from the pocket or beat you with his legs, a lot like Russell Wilson does. Same thing.
Yeah, it's insane. And I think the reason he's able to do it is because he's so smart. I don't know that I've seen a quarterback as smart as him. I mean, Brett Favre had all the athletic ability in the world, but that guy would make mistakes. That guy would give games away.
Yes.
Patrick Mahomes doesn't give games away. He wins games for you. He doesn't make mistakes. He doesn't do stupid things out there on the field that's going to put you in a position where somebody else is going to have to pick up the slack. I mean, you mentioned like the perfect quarterback earlier, but he is, because I think the perfect quarterback gives you the opportunity to win constantly, and Patrick does that.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you, I would imagine that it's really all about Andy Reid here, right? Because for me personally, I'm picking Kansas City because I like Kansas City in this game, but emotionally, man, we all know Andy Reid. It's kind of like our guy down here. We knew that Dan Marino only needed a championship to complete that resume, and that's exactly what's going on with Reid. That guy has given so much to football, has produced so much. I would imagine that a lot of people in Kansas City are hoping that he's able to complete that hardware finally.
Well, I think people in Kansas City want it because it's been 50 years for us. But I think I think if you're not a Chiefs fan or if you're not a 49er fan, you're rooting for Andy Reid in the NFL, right? I mean, I think everybody wants to see Andy have success because he's been around it for so long. He's been so close. Everybody genuinely likes Andy Reid. Like, I think everybody outside of San Francisco is pulling for the Chiefs and pulling for Andy Reid for that reason.
Yeah, no, I definitely am because I've always been an Andy Reid defender. You know, when people take shots, well, he can't win the big game and this and that. It's just so many things have to have fall. I mean, so are we going to say that in Buffalo they had a bad coach or that they had a quarterback that couldn't get it done or they didn't have a great defense? No, man, those guys, Marv Levy and those guys went to 4 straight Super Bowls. That was awesome. That was amazing. That doesn't mean that Marv Levy couldn't win the big game and that he's not a great coach. He's a phenomenal coach, but you know, everything has to fall into place for you in order to win that big game.
Well, it really does. I mean, it's so hard, and that's why I've been telling people all week, just enjoy being here right now because it's been 50 years since we've been here. Don't stress about winning. Like, we haven't even talked about the 49ers yet. I mean, we used all of last week to enjoy the opportunity to be in the Super Bowl for the first time in our lifetimes, and that's what last week was all about. Beginning, tonight, tomorrow, whenever we, do stuff, it'll start looking forward to the opponent and seeing what they're all about. But this for us, this was the first time, since 19 whatever it was that we had an opportunity to play in the Super Bowl. And I think everybody right now is just kind of enjoying this. And then once the week kind of kicks in, then we'll start to worry about the opponent a little bit more.
I would imagine that Jones and Kelsey will be fine in this game, right? I mean, Jones played in the last game, so he came out of it pretty good, right?
Yeah. Everybody's going to be fine. I mean, this week off, is going to help everybody get back to where they need to be. Kelsey is a little bit banged up. I mean, he had a reoccurring knee injury that translated into a hamstring injury that he suffered in that first playoff game. Tighten up on him a little bit, but I think he's going to be okay. I mean, it's the Super Bowl. If you aren't in a wheelchair or in a bed, you're playing in this football game.
I'm with you there. And by the way, we're talking with Bob Fesco from Sports Radio 610 in Kansas City. You can follow him on Twitter at Bob Fesco. Bob, I am picking Kansas City. Let me give you my explanation, because I know you're going to be kind of like a homer, okay? But I'm going to be objective here, all right? So here we go. All right, I like Kansas City because of what I saw in the Titans game. They got tough. They shut down Derrick Henry, and they said, all right, Ryan, you're going to have to beat us with your arm, and obviously he can't do those things. I think that is something that they can roll over to this next game. Jimmy's a much better quarterback than Ryan, but he still has not performed at the highest level the way you need to. But the fact that they were able to stop that Titans running game, that showed me a lot from Kansas City. And for me, since I'm going to make that investment, I have hope that Kansas City is going to shut down that San Francisco running game and put all the heat on Garoppolo. Do you agree or not?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, beating Derrick Henry was so big, and holding him to 69 yards was so huge. And, these defensive guys have been using kind of all along the mantra that nobody believes in us, nobody thinks we're any good, and it's just kind of continued, basically since midseason. And they went out there and they held, Derrick Henry to 69 rushing yards. That's what they needed. There's no more question marks now about this defense, and I think that's how you win. Next week you shut down the running game and try to make Jimmy Garoppolo and Emmanuel Sanders beat you.
Yeah, I think so, because in the end, that's why I'm picking Kansas City, because I picked Mahomes over Garoppolo, and then I'll say, okay, I got a wash in tight ends. Fine. But Tyreek Hill becomes the ultimate difference maker when it's all said and done, because we have not met a cornerback that can stay with that guy. To me, this is why Kansas City ends up winning. The defense, and then Mahomes and Tyreek Hill.
I like the fact that you said defense first. That makes me happy, because I'm a defensive run-the-ball guy. Growing up in New Jersey, watching Parcells with the Giants, I've always been a defensive run-the-ball guy, and that's what we're seeing with the Chiefs right now. They're playing great defense against the run. They're shutting down run. They don't have much of a run game to speak of, but Patrick Mahomes knows how to run to break your back.
Yes.
And I think Tyreek Hill can be a big playmaker in this one. I mean, find me somebody who can cover him,
Yeah, no, nobody can cover that kid. There's
one.
No doubt about that. All right, my brother, so what else do you have planned this week here in South Florida? You're already starting off with some gambling and horse racing. It doesn't get better than that. So what's on the agenda for Mr. Fesco for the rest of the week?
I wish I knew the answer to that question. This is the first time we have a team in the Super Bowl, so I imagine it's going to be different than other Super Bowls where you have, C-listers on and go to media parties. So I don't know, but I am definitely going to enjoy this weather, because we left the snow-covered area to get down here this morning.
Yeah, you can't beat us in weather, but we can beat you in food outside the stadium. So
That's right.
There's a give and take here. We'll give you the weather, but we're not going to have the barbecue you've been spoiled with over there in Kansas City, my brother. That we can't
not at all.
match.
That's right. But we'll live it up, man. I'm happy to be here. It's exciting to be in Miami this week.
A little Cuban food, my brother. Enjoy some of that.
You got to have some.
All right,
I will.
Bob, you be good.
Take care.
Thank you, my man. You got it. Bob Fesco from Sports Radio 610 in Kansas City. Somebody came by, said hi, gave me his hand, shook his hand, but I have no idea, and right in the middle of the broadcast.
Just another friend, man.
Yes, I am. Sorry, I can't talk to you because I'm in the middle of an interview here. But anyway, so that was good with Bob Fesco. And my man's already here plunging his guts out. That is awesome. I got to give you my basketball picks. I haven't made my basketball picks, which, by the way, yesterday we took a bath. I mean, we were buried yesterday. 1-4 yesterday. We dropped to 58 and 61. It was terrible, man. It was terrible. Anything and everything that could have gone wrong for me yesterday went wrong for me yesterday.
Straight up, man. As hard as good as they are, basketball with 50 to 70 possessions per team, that is so the clinching proof that they are bad asses in Vegas. Amazing.
Yeah, they are. They are. By the way, at 2 o'clock, we are going to talk to Mark Lillibridge, the former NFL player and scout and agent and contract negotiator. And the only thing he hasn't done is own an NFL team. So he'll join us at 2, and we'll go over a couple of NFL subjects with him. Patricia Triana is going to join us. Traina, yes. Patricia Traina is going to join us at 2:30. She's from GiantsCountry.com, which is part of Sports Illustrated, and she covers the Giants, obviously, on a daily basis. Eli retired, so I want to kind of get her angle from all of this. And
Did I read that right? 20 years on that beat, man?
Who, Patricia? Yeah, she's been on the beat for a long time, yes.
Wow.
Yes. She has a podcast, too. She does a really good job with her podcast on the Giants. I think she does it every 2 weeks, I want to say. I think weekly during the season, maybe bi-weekly off season or something like that. So she does a really good job with that. So we'll have Patricia on at 2:30 to have a little fun with her and talk a little Eli Manning. Unadulterated Eli. That's what you get. Unadulterated Eli. That's how he did it yesterday. I just gave you unadulterated Eli. Never thought I would ever hear him say something that in that form, in that style. All right, let's give you our NBA picks here. You know what? Let me check, because before I give you my picks, some of it might have changed since I wrote it down this morning. So I want to make sure I have the
unadulterated Eli.
Hey. There we go. It's hard to talk without a mic. All right, here we go. I knew it would change. Yeah, that was playing some games with me here, man. All right.
Man, Vegas has got to keep their edge every minute by the minute.
Yes. Yes. Some of it is the same and some of it is not. So I am going to fix this as we speak, and then I'll get back to the spread on my own here. What is this? Is at 240. Yep, it's at 241.5 now. Okay, wow, that's a high over and under, man. 241.5. Holy crap! And the Hawks Wizards, man, that's a big one right there. All right. So what do we got here? Raptors, boom, Suns and Grizzlies. All right, I will fix this during a break, and then what we'll do is I'll get back to giving you my picks. I'll do it after Lillibridge is what I'll do.
Vegas is pissed you got one win yesterday out of 5.
Yeah, no, I was.
That's why they did this switch up.
Holy moly, dude. I had a terrible night last night, man. That was...
Don't feel bad, man. Basketball is like, dude, you hear me say it all the time. It is the toughest, man.
Yeah,
Hands down. Hands down.
But still, I gotta do better than that. I gotta bounce. And today is time to bounce back in a big time way.
Change up on your numbers. They're not even happy that you got the one win yesterday.
Man, tell you, that was absolutely torturous. To go through that yesterday. I kept losing and losing. I was like, oh, man, I'm not going to see the light of day here in this one. I actually do have the picks already. You know that? I do have them now. 231.5. Okay.
So you're going to punch this out here?
Yeah, I think I can actually. We
got time.
Now.
We got like 6 minutes.
Yeah.
7 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. I don't need that much time. So yeah.
This platform's yours, sir.
Yeah, we can actually do it. All right, here we go. All right, let's start off. Nuggets are -3 against the Rockets, and remember they're playing without Harden. Over and unders 225.5. I like Denver in this game. They are home. Rockets are the road team. No Harden. Give me the Nuggets -3 in this one. The over and unders 225.5. It was 227, so it came down a little bit, but it's still a little too high for me right now because I can't trust the Rockets when it comes to scoring. Raptors -3 at the Spurs. The over and under is 221.5. I actually like the Spurs in this one, +3. Not that the Spurs are a great team, but they're a gritty team. I think they can actually even beat the Raptors, but if not, they'll keep it close. I think yesterday, I think the one game I won, I might have won by half a point, and there was another game that I lost by half a point. It is amazing. Hawks are favored by 1 against the Wizards. The over and under is 241.5, which is what I was telling you. I'm going Wizards here, man. I'm going to go +1 on the road with the Wizards. The Hawks are terrible. I'll just keep riding going against a bad team. I've been winning more than losing, definitely, going against the Hawks. The Grizzlies are favored by 2.5 against the Suns. The over and under is 233.5. The over and under is a little too high for me. Grizzlies giving the Suns 2.5. That's also, I'm not comfortable with that one. I'm going to have to stay away from that. Celtics are at the Pelicans. Celtics are favored by 1. The over and under is 231.5. I like the Celtics on the road. I'm going to take them -1. I know they've got the Brown injury, but I think they can overcome and beat the Pelicans -1. Knicks are favored by 1.5 against the Nets. Kyrie Irving went off yesterday. What do you have, like 40-something, almost 50 points? The best part about that game yesterday was that little girl that was a Kyrie Irving fan, and at the end of the game, he went, gave her the jersey, gave her a hug. She was crying her eyes out. I'm not a Kyrie fan, but I got to give him a lot of love for that. That was really, really cool. Whenever you can acknowledge the fans and the people that actually love you and support you and are always rooting for you, you as an athlete should appreciate that, man. Anybody that is supportive of you, you got to be appreciative of that. So that was major, major props to Kyrie Irving on that one, man. I gotta give him a lot of respect. But you know what? I'm gonna go Kyrie Irving and the Nets, and I'm gonna go +1.5 against the Knicks. I'm gonna go with Brooklyn, Brooklyn, and then I'm gonna go over 223.5 in this game. I like this game to be a very high-scoring affair between two teams that don't play good defense. Clippers are at the Magic. Kawhi was at the strip club, okay, getting his freak on with his New Balance hoodie. He's feeling good right now. I think maybe he comes back and plays. Magic, by the way, the over and under is 218.5. That's where I'm going in this game. I'm going over 218.5. Clippers and Magic. The Magic are actually playing decent basketball. I'm going to stay away from the point spread because the Clippers are on the road. They're going to strip clubs. I don't know. I can see them getting, maybe winning this game, but maybe it might be like a little close, so I'm afraid of that. Magic are kind of gritty. I'm going to take the over, 218.5. I think that's the better bet here. The Pacers are at the Blazers. Blazers are favored by 2. Pacers aren't the best road team, but I'm going to take them +2 because I just don't trust the Blazers. Don't know what the hell I'm going to get from them, but I know I'm going to get some hard play from the Pacers, even without, of course, their best player who's been out all year. They'll eventually get him back.
Blazers doing too much blazing?
Yeah. I would say that, maybe Whiteside blazing a little too much, along with Melo. So I'm going to go Blazers +2. I can't trust Whiteside and the boys in that one. So I got Nuggets -3. I got Spurs +3. I got Wizards +1. Okay. I've got Celtics -1. I've got Nets +1.5. Over 223.5. I've got Pacers +2. And I've got the over in the Clippers Magic 218.5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 888 bets today we are doing in the association. We plan on bouncing back strong. So get on board. We're going to have like a 6-2, 7-1, 8-0 night is what's going to happen tonight. Strong bounce back. Okay? Strong.
You know what was hilarious that you said earlier that I just popped back in my head?
Yes.
Booger McFarlane lives in the land of fluff.
Yes, he does. He's so terrible, dude. So terrible, bro. He says nothing and goes out of his way to just say fluff for no reason at all. Well, you can tell his confidence because that's why he's going for the deep balls. Can you just say, he's really way off? He's not hitting anything.
I loved when he goes, it's 30 seconds in on a minute, and he doesn't have any points.
That's Tessitore doing that. Tessitore was the only one that was calling it straight up. If you haven't heard Lamar, first of all, you can go to my Twitter page at Big O Show. I put it up there, the video. But you could go YouTube it, whatever, put Lamar Jackson a Pro Bowl, and then it'll come out. It's only like a minute long, and it's him doing, trying to hit the targets. For those of us that are old, we remember Marino and all the guys doing that, right? And so Lamar had to do it yesterday.
I remember Marino.
Oh,
it was at the end, like once, whatever, and no, we're not going safe. We're going for the furthest
and
one.
He hit it.
And it had the little bullseye thing, and man, he couldn't have walked up and marked an X dead center.
Yeah, that's
50
Marino.
yards or whatever the hell it was.
Marino.
It was like, man, the guy, you don't even have to have a body.
Yeah.
Just give him some stupid bullseye cruising across the field.
That's it. Marino right now would embarrass Lamar Jackson in that game. Right now. Okay? Oh, and the number 1 and number 2 targets, Lamar can throw it this way. Marino will throw it over his shoulder. Over his back and his shoulder, more accurate than Lamar. He can't hit the deep ones with that because he's not going to throw it that far. But the 1 and 2s, I bet you Marino can hit it the other way. Not throwing it normal, the other way, like I showed you before. Right? That was embarrassing. Play the audio. You got the audio? That audio is hilarious. Tessitore is like, wow, this guy can't hit the side of a barn pretty much. I mean, that's all he really needed to say. But when you hear, you got to see it. You have to watch it.
He couldn't stand on the beach and throw a ball in the ocean.
I don't think I've ever seen an NFL quarterback throw it that bad in one of those contests. Because think about it. You're standing there. You've got no rush, no nothing. You should be able to hit all those targets dead on.
When you feel like throwing it, you get to throw it.
Yeah. It's like you get to wait for when the pendulum is swinging so you can time it. Nothing, dude. My man couldn't hit the side. When he couldn't hit the close ones, that was bad. Okay? That was bad.
Look, I'm always curious to see the strategy that guys go with here in precision passing. And you can see he wants the deep ball and those big points early on.
Yeah, he's trying to hit those corner routes down there, those 4-pointers. Typically, guys want to start with the 1-pointers, get some easy throws out of the way.
That's right.
Not Lamar, though.
Coming up short on
Not
those
Lamar.
bucket tosses. And then he goes for the metronome, that 2-target metronome. That cable line target for 5 points. So here he is a half minute into his 1-minute run and doesn't have a point.
0.
But you can tell the confidence that he has because he's going for those deep ones. Maybe he's got to adjust the strategy a little bit.
Finally, he breaks through with that 4-target windmill, but this is looking like a struggle for the guy who was the breakout star in the league this year, Lamar Jackson, off the rim of the 2-pointer.
Come on, Booger, more fluff.
Not only was he the breakout star, he's going to be the presumptive MVP.
There you go.
Named at NFL honors. Just a tremendous season by this young man.
There you go.
Final toss
Fluff
for Lamar
McFarlane.
Jackson. It's off the mark again.
Final off
so not
the mark.
The start he was hoping
just
for.
a bit outside. We actually needed for the call. We needed
Bob Uecker.
Bob Uecker, bro. There's Lamar, just a bit outside. There's Lamar going to target 1, just a bit outside. There's Lamar going deep to target number 5, just a bit outside. You know, that kind of stuff.
He nailed the mascot.
Didn't we just lose Euchre? I think didn't he just?
No.
Did I kill him? I thought we.
Oh man, don't. Yeah, I haven't.
Did
heard
I kill?
that.
Did I kill Bob Euchre? Wait a minute. Oh, did I kill? I think Bob Euchre passed away.
Are you trying to pull a what was it? Abe Pagoda?
No, I think
the guy from, you remember Barney Miller?
Yeah,
like
of course. Fish.
Forever they were saying, hey,
Fish.
pass away. The guy's like, I remember he did a People thing. Hey, I'm alive, by the way, guys.
Yeah. Fish was alive. Alive and well. Fish lasted for like 7,000 years, bro. You know? I think Bob Euchre is just why do I think he just passed away? I might be wrong. I hope not.
I didn't hear anything on it. He's funny, man. You guys entertaining.
He's 86.
Wow.
Or he was 86. Let me see.
Yeah, because he played what, in the 50s, the 60s? That would make sense.
Yeah, I think, I don't know why I'm pulling it up now to see if he passed away, if I'm right. Let's see here. I'm on the Bob Euchre. Not that Wikipedia should be, because Wikipedia could kill you off. No, it doesn't have him dead. Robert George Euchre is still alive. I'm sorry, Bob. I killed you off when I shouldn't have. Okay? His last appearance.
Shame on you.
His last appearance in a Major League Baseball game was September 29 of 1967. But God bless him. He's still alive, and he's 86 years old. Born in 1934. That's pretty awesome. Funny guy, too, man. Funny guy. He made a nice career for himself. What do we have here on the YouTube chat board?
We got to go. We got a break, and we got to get Bob on.
Yes, let's do that. Mark Lillibridge is going to join us. We're going to talk to the linebacker, the scout, the agent, the contract negotiator. Mark Lillibridge will join us next.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used.
50% less.
A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million, whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
This is the Big O Show.
All righty, welcome back. Time to talk a little football with my man Mark Lillibridge, who played in this league, scouted, coach, agent, contract negotiator. He's done it all, baby. He's like savoir-faire. He's everywhere. That's what it's all about. And I'm old, and I just dated myself with that cartoon reference. Anyway, Bridge, how you doing, my man? Afternoon, sir.
Big O, you got yourself some football season going on. East-West game, Senior Bowl, and then you got now a Super Bowl in your hometown.
I know.
Holy Lord, bro! I don't know how you're doing it, man. It's like that. I'm a football guy, true and true. That could be the closest to football overload you could ever get.
Well, there's no such thing as football overload in my life, my man.
There's not. You're right, brother. I agree. I'm saying it's close.
I cannot get enough football. I mean, people think I'm crazy because I go to all these all-star games and, you know, and let me tell you, years ago, Bridge, we were going to the Las Vegas Football Classic and the Gridiron Classic, and we used to have more bowl games actually back in the day to travel to in the off seasons.
I was talking to some young kids the other day about that. There used to be a blue-gray game.
Yep.
They're like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "At one point, that was the game. I mean, that was one of the top all-star games you want to go to." They're like, "No, that didn't even sound right." I'm like,
the Kelly Tires.
Yep.
Blue-gray game, baby. How about that?
That's right. Exactly right. Well, it's football season still, and even no matter what, even with the Super Bowl coming up, then as soon as you roll out of Super Bowl, you know, we'll roll into XFL, but we still got the off season, which now I think the off season. You know, I put this tweet out there the other day. You know, for guys on our NFL Brawl network that I do our podcast, and I was like, nowadays, if your team's not in it, right? If you're not a Chiefs fan, if you're not a 49er fan, you're really looking forward to the Senior Bowl, but you're looking forward to the NFL draft and free agency. And so I said, hey, what are you looking forward to more now as a true diehard football fan? You looking forward to the Super Bowl, or do you look forward to the NFL draft?
Well, dude,
and it was it was crazy how many responses we got back.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely, dude. And listen, think about us. We're here in Miami, it's the draft because it's 14 picks, dude. 14 picks. That's so we feel like it's going to be Christmas it's like you're stuck in a Willy Wonka, chocolate factory, and it's you're just going to have all kinds of prizes and presents there on draft day.
You guys got to be hyped up for free agency too, right? I mean, you got to think Greer's going to be a little bit excited about some moves that they can make free agency wise.
Well, I'm trying to temper people because at least this is what I think is going to happen, Bridge. I don't think they're going to be heavy in free agency. They'll get guys, but they'll get guys on 1 or 2 year deals. You're not going to get the real quality free agents for that. Now, if a 25, 26, 27-year-old young free agent becomes available, that's the guy that you're going to see Miami go after and be aggressive. And because of all that cap space, you as a contract negotiator, you also know this, they're probably going to do something really creative where if they do sign a guy in free agency, they can actually give the signing bonus right up front, and they don't have to break it down through the lifetime of the contract or anything. They can count it against the cap in this coming year and move on and not have to worry about it.
Okay, but this is where I'd say that I agree with you 100% on, but I also think that gives Miami number one, a destination, right? Yes. You've got a coach that I think a lot of people, especially at the end of the year, are excited about. He's got buzz from other players, guys on that team that are hyping up what he did for that team. From where they started at the end or the beginning of 2019 was quote unquote, I know you don't like to do it, you say reset, but for a lot of people in the national media were saying the Dolphins were tanking for Tua. You now have a team that was really rising and playing very hard for a good coach and buying into his system. I think that becomes a destination, right? Especially for me, if I'm an agent or if I'm a player and I'm sitting there saying, okay, I'm 25, 26, I can get all this money up front. I can go to Miami. I can go to a tax-free state. Of course I want to go there. I really do. I think it becomes a destination spot for a lot of free agents. And it won't surprise me if there's some guys that are calling their agent saying, hey, put a feeler out to Miami and see where they're at.
I'm glad you're saying this because you're objective, and I'm as objective, I think, as it gets. But because I'm here in Miami, they might think I'm a little bit of a homer, but that's exactly what I said, that, hey, Dolphins, after week 2 of the regular season and where you're at now, you feel completely different, and I said the same thing you said.
Yep.
Agents and players are now going to look at Miami and say, those guys got it going on. They understand what it's all about. Agents know this business, and they see what they did with the cap and all the picks. They understand what they're doing. Miami, really, I got to tell you, I got to give Grier a lot of credit because it took a lot of balls to rebuild the team through youth and not use veterans because, as you know, Bridge, they always use a mix of veterans and young guys to kind of rebuild. These guys went all young and then sifted out as many practice squad guys as they can around the league to try to find diamonds in the rough. I thought it was a really creative way of starting your foundation.
right? And then once you actually then too, the one thing that the Dolphins have not done, where I think we'll see that piece this year, is get that quarterback situation done, right? I mean, it's a quarterback-heavy league. It's a quarterback-driven league. And so I think they've been able to do a nice job with the cap and with the players they have. They have a good nucleus at other positions. They got guys with like the Albert Wilsons and the Xavier Howards that want to be there, that they were able to pay, give them a little extension, and be able to say, hey, we're going to make you guys the core. We're not going overboard, but we're going to lock you in. And then now they can take that money and go find, maybe it is that big money quarterback, or maybe it is a quarterback through the draft. And I think build a team around that. So you're right. I love what they're doing in Miami. I think you've seen that the 49ers did that, right? I mean, the 49ers had, for a long time, they had all those high draft picks, and they were using them on defensive linemen. And now you see them, of course, in the Super Bowl. I think the Dolphins can kind of follow, I'm not going to say that same recipe, but kind of that same game plan and that same blueprint, and say, okay, we have these core pieces we're looking for, and now we can fill in around them, and that's going to start, I think, this offseason with a quarterback.
All right, Bridge. We're talking with Mark Lillibridge, of course, former NFL player and scout and agent and coach and contract negotiator. He's done it all. Bridge, what'd you think of what you saw in the East-West and the Senior Bowl? We need a quarterback down here, so let's just start with that position. What'd you see over the last 2 weeks that caught your eye, if you were able to watch any of it?
Yeah, of course, Joe Burrow is the unquestioned guy, right? And I love him because I've known him since he was a little kid. His father was actually my defensive coordinator in college, and so I've seen this kid mature and go from being a backup at Ohio State to then actually I kind of was part of the group with his father, helping him try to find a college. Did I ever think he would end up being what he became at LSU? Not even close. The kid has lived up to and built on more hype than I've ever seen anybody do it. Maybe the most magical college season that we've ever seen, maybe south of Cam Newton, but even I think probably better than that. But I think it's so he's unquestioned, right? And I think then the next level is, I thought Justin Herbert from Oregon, the quarterback from Oregon, I thought he was magnificent at the Senior Bowl. I think he answered the questions that people had for him, and that was a lot of his leadership skills, right? Yeah. Rah. You don't see him doing the Joe Burrows. You see him on videos on Instagram or whatever else, doing the gat dance and slapping his teammates and doing all this other stuff. You don't see that. Justin's a 4.0 college student, and he's the guy, the quiet leader. Maybe kind of coming off the same, I guess, Marcus Mariota, if that's fair to say, kind of comes from that same ilk. And yet he went to the Senior Bowl. He was a leader. He got his teammates hype. He answered all the questions that the coaches had for him, and he was terrific on the field. I thought he did phenomenal. I thought he really helped his stock, and I think he becomes unquestionably right now the number 2 guy until we find out what happens with Tua's injuries. And I just don't know. I think that leaves a major question mark at the quarterback situation for Tua, where I think coming into this season, a lot of people said, "Oh, he was the unquestioned one." It won't surprise me if he's not a first rounder. And again, a lot of that comes down to medical, and I'm going to go with that. Leadership-wise and his talent-wise is there. But it's hard to risk that on a guy that's coming off a major, hip injury. And even if Dr. Andrews signs off on him, there's still a lot of teams that are going to question that. So I think that you look at a guy like that, and I think Jordan Love from Utah, I thought was very, very helped himself. I thought going into this week of the Senior Bowl, I thought he was one of those guys that was probably a top of the second-round guy. I think he now vaulted himself into the bottom of the first, and maybe even into the mid-teens conversation. And you know how this draft works. I mean, we're sitting there at one point, 2 years ago, talking about Baker Mayfield maybe is a high second rounder, and then all of a sudden, as it rambles up 2 weeks, 3 weeks, he's number 1 overall. So I think we're going to see a lot of quarterback movement still. And again, I think Tua is the missing card there, because I think his medical checkout will shake up where quarterbacks are. If he's not cleared and he's not ready to go, I think then we're going to see some guys that will then bolt him and take that place, and you'll start seeing a shuffle at the top of the draft boards for quarterbacks. And some guys maybe some unfairly moved up, like a Mitch Trubisky. Some of those guys, because teams that are chasing quarterbacks are going to misevaluate that position because they need to find one. And so you just got to hope then that's not your team. Hopefully, if it's, whatever fan base you follow, hopefully that's not your guy.
Well, I'm not a fan of drafting Tua at number 5 overall because I think he's going to break down in the NFL. They hit harder. They play more games. He's not really the most athletic guy out there, and I don't know if he'll lose a little bit more of his, athleticism because of that hip injury. So he scares me, but I understand the method behind the madness. So let's say Burrow and...
It would be hard for me. It's right now, it's hard for me to take Tua in the first round. That's just me from what I know, and just from whatever. I just think it's hard. I don't even have him in the first round, so they put him at 5. If you're drafted in top 10, you draft top 10 for Hall of Fame players. That's what you have to. When you go into a draft board, if you're the GM of a team, if you're a top 10 player, you are drafting a guy you think is going to be a future Pro Bowl player, Hall of Fame player,
I agree.
All Pro player. You can't take a risk on a guy that you think is a maybe. You have to hit a home run.
I'm with you. So I've said this, since I'm not a fan of it, but I get it. It's a desperate league. That's why you take Tannehill at 8 and Gabbard at 3 or 4, whatever it was, and Baker moves all the way to number 1. There are so many examples of reaches in the NFL here, so I get all of that. Okay, so you got 14 picks. You want to take them at 5. I need you to go Jimmy Johnson on me and go get Steve Walsh. I need you to go Shanahan on me and go get Kirk Cousins. Do you agree at least that you and I disagree taking 2 of that early? But if you're going to do that, then go get a Nate Stanley. Go get a Jordan Love. Go get
I'm okay with
Gordon.
that.
Go get some other project guy in that 2nd or 3rd rounds or something, at least.
Right, and then you might fall into a Dak Prescott, right? I mean, maybe you get lucky, but I mean, listen, this is the same league that traded up for Paxton Lynch, right? This is the same league that had Brock Osweiler as the next guy, right? I mean, so you're 100% right with chasing, especially at the quarterback position. This league is notorious for chasing, and because you feel like you have to have the guy, and so 9 out of 10 times you're not hitting it, and so. If you're gonna, here's your 2 scenarios. If you're the Dolphins, in my mind, I think your scenario is correct, or you package those 14 picks and you go give up next to 2021 first rounder and this first round in the 5 and maybe a 2nd this year, and you go give them a 6th and a 7th or whatever that is. I put it together because of what the Eagles had to move up to get Carson Wentz at 2. But you're moving up 1, so you're gonna give up a little bit more of a premium. But you do that, you use those picks and you go up and get Joe Burrow. That's how you do it. So either you get a guy you think is a can't miss, which I think a lot of people, NFL scouts I've talked to and NFL coaches I've talked to, believe that Joe Burrow is that guy, son of a coach, can't miss product. You go trade up to get him, or you do it. You take the best player at 5, and then you use maybe a 2nd or 3rd on a quarterback, and then you bring back Rosen, you bring back Fitz, and say it's there. Or if that doesn't happen, or if there's a quarterback in this free agency, there's some really good quarterbacks, or maybe you've already addressed it in free agency. I don't think they'll do that because of what they've done, what they're building for, with those picks that they want to build through the draft. So I don't think you're right. They'll go get a quarterback in free agency unless it fits. But it's just that's kind of my idea. If you feel like you're going to do it in the draft, you trade everything up to go get Burrow at 1.
All right, I like Burrow too, but I got to ask you this question: the whole 1-year wonder thing. Bridge, you've been at this a long time, my brother. Outside of Jason Pierre-Paul, there aren't a lot of 1-year wonders that actually.
I thought he was good enough.
Okay, did you tell me?
I thought he was good enough. I thought he was good enough that junior year. I don't think it was a 1-year wonder. Granted, did he play? He was been in the system for 2 years, right? Yeah. And so you want to see a guy make a progression. I thought he was good his junior year at LSU. And I thought people were excited about this year at LSU with him coming back because of the growth he made. Really playing, but he'd been in 2 legit systems, right? He's been at Ohio State. It's not like he was sitting at, this wasn't like he was at Washburn, or it wasn't like he was sitting at a junior college and all of a sudden he blew up. And Cam Newton showed that what he did, from coming, from Florida and then going to JUCO and then coming back to Auburn, Burrow was getting taught by practicing against future pros at Ohio State. He was just sitting behind another guy that got drafted in the first round, so he had to move to go get some playing time, and he did. He took studs around him and elevated their play. He made guys at LSU household names that maybe with another quarterback wouldn't have been.
Right.
So again, I think he's phenomenal, and I think he'll be a great pro. I think he'll actually be a better pro than he was in college, because I think it's one of those situations where he doesn't have to worry about school, he doesn't have to worry about all the rest of this. He can go immerse himself. He's already been immersed as a high school kid having a college. I'm a big fan of coaches, of players that play well, that are college coaches' kids or coaches' kids, because I think they understand the lifestyle, right? They understand moving. They understand that it's a nomad lifestyle, and you got to perform every day or you're out of a job. And I think he's going to be a very successful quarterback in the NFL.
Bridge, outside of Tua, Burrow, and Herbert, which are obviously considered the top guys, who are the rest of those other guys that are probably considered more projects? Give me the two guys you like the most that are going to go. Maybe some of them might sneak into the late first, but second or third rounds. Which other ones do you like?
I would say Jordan Love. Like I said, I talked about Love from. I think he's one of those guys that I'm very intrigued with. I really am. Now, and then the other one, and again, this is hard for me to say as an Iowa State guy, but Nate Stanley from Iowa. I just think that he's one of those guys. Nobody's really talking about him a lot. He is a project. He's got a big arm. Yes. Gets a little bit happy feet in the pocket sometimes. His decision-making maybe isn't the best. But again, this is the same quarterback that was, came up with the George Kittles, with the Noah Fants. This guy is tutelage underneath C.J. Beathard. And so Iowa has always produced those kind of guys, right? Maybe they're not the star quarterbacks, but they're steady and they're you can make them. There's enough talent there where you say, okay, he can handle the big. He can go into the big house at Michigan. He can go into Ohio State. He can go against Wisconsin and get some wins. He's one of those guys that I think is. Am I sitting there saying he's going to be a future NFL star? I don't know that. I can't sit and project it. But he has the traits and he has some tools that you say, okay, if we get him in the right spot with the right coaching, he's got a shot. And I think in those rounds, that's what you're looking for. And I think he's one of those guys.
I'm with you. I love Nate Stanley in the later rounds, probably third, fourth round guy. And again, you're probably going to miss on those guys, but he's worth it because he's got the tools. Let me tell you another kid that I really liked at the East-West Shrine game, Kevin Davidson out of Princeton. Dude, I had no idea, Bridge, that this guy had the arm that he had, and he's pretty accurate. The touch passes, I think he needs to work on a little bit, but I love the moxie. And I love the arm the kid plays with. Obviously, Princeton, he's got to be smart. He's got to hit the books there. Do you know anything about this kid?
I don't. I really don't. I mean, that's one of the guys I look forward to. That's what, I haven't really started since. I don't really get too hardcore. And we've had some of the guys on my NFL Brawl podcast. We've had we've had Brugler on there, and we've had, Benjamin Albright. We've had some of the guys that Trapasso that do this kind of stuff, and we'll get more into the draft. I've been kind of really working on, as the season we're going, and we'll start doing some free agency stuff before we really hit the draft. I know I'm way behind on my first mock draft. Guys have them out in September now. But those are guys, those quarterbacks that I love looking at those guys. I do a lot of stuff with Dan Shanka, who does our lads, and yes. I'll help him scout some players, and so it's kind of fun for me because I'll start getting some of these names of guys because I love the sleepers, right? That was my whole deal when I was a scout and when I was an agent. I was the agent for Jacoby Jones. I was the agent for, Damon Harrison. I was the agent for guys at these small schools that nobody knew about that all of a sudden now have become some of the best players in the NFL. I like that. Johnny Knoxes of the world. And so it's, that's how you can make your hay as an agent, by finding those guys, and then, they make it and they get second contracts. And so I like finding those sleeper type guys. There's not as many nowadays just because of the way the internet is, and everybody in their basement's a mock draft guy and a draft expert. But you're right, being able to take maybe the history I have of being able to find talent and say, okay, I'm going to apply it to this guy from Princeton. I'm going to apply it from this guy from North Dakota, or from that the kid I liked at the Senior Bowl, that big offensive lineman Barach from St. John's Division III school. Up in Minnesota, I love those kind of guys, and you don't find any of those guys anymore. But I think going back to your quarterback, the quarterback from Colorado, Mortez, I think is Stephen Mortez. I think he has some.
Yeah, but the accuracy.
Yep, agree.
The accuracy scares me, dude. Oh, there are moments.
Agree, and that's where I agree with you. And I'm not sitting saying, hey, this is a guy that you take, he's not a first rounder, second rounder. But those are guys you take in the 6th and 7th
yes.
and say, okay, we're going to put him on our practice squad. We're going to put him on, we're going to hide him, or we're going to take him on a chance because arm strength and his mobility, there's things he has that you look for that you say, okay, if we can fix this one thing, could he be an effective quarterback? And I think there's guys that are first rounders that have accuracy issues.
Yes.
That guys have taken because they have a big cannon, they have size or whatever, pocket presence, and you say, okay, we got to work on this one thing. If you can get him with the right coach and with the right drills and coaches love those guys, right? Because those are the guys they make hay with, right? If you take a guy that has a little bit of issues with one of those things, and you turn him into a ball player, that's how you become a head coach.
Yeah.
And so I think a guy like that, am I sitting there saying he's going to save a franchise? I don't know. He might be a bust. But I see there's enough talent there where I say, okay, I'm intrigued by him. Let's see what we can do.
Yeah, but if I take a guy like that in the 6th round, I'm not thinking bust, because if you miss, that's not a bust.
Right. Okay, fair enough.
A bust
fair
is
enough.
the first, second round that you really...
Sure, right.
I'm with you, dude. When you take the guy in the 5th or 6th or 7th rounds, that's a project that you're almost counting on losing in that project, but there's talent there, so you try to then refine that talent. I'm with you all the way on that. That's where I would take Steven Montez, is late in the draft, because he's got a ginormous. He reminds me a lot of the Indiana kid that I saw like 3 years ago at the East-West Shrine game that had a cannon, but he had no idea where it was going, and he got drafted. I think he's still in the league. I think he's backing up somewhere. I forgot the kid's name from Indiana. You know what I'm talking about, the big kid. He's like 6'3", 6'4". He's got a cannon, dude. He came out like 4 years ago, but I think he's still in the league actually somewhere. So, yeah, I'm with you on that one. I definitely – I don't mind taking those late project guys. I think Kevin Davidson from Princeton, I'm intrigued that when you do get into your draft stuff, look him up and tell me what you think of Kevin Davidson, because I really liked him at the East-West Shrine. It was him and the FIU kid, James Morgan. He's got a good arm. Doesn't have the arm this kid has, but he has accuracy and he has touch. That's one of the things that I liked about James Morgan out of FIU. That was the other kid that I would say would be the number 2 guy out of the East-West Shrine game. All right, so Bridge, let's talk a little Super Bowl, my brother. We got the big game on Sunday. I'm going KC.
We do? We do? We're not still in college? We're not talking draft stuff? Who cares about the Super Bowl? Let's talk draft stuff. There you go.
Dude, if it's draft,
it's not the Dolphins. It's not Dolphins. Nobody in your demographic gives a crap right now about the Chiefs or the 49ers. So let's talk about the draft.
Well, the beauty of this show is it's worldwide, baby. So we got listeners.
Okay. Sorry, my bad. I forgot that Big O is worldwide. My bad. I forgot.
We got
all right, so let's go. Yes.
Worldwide.
Yep,
so
I got it.
I can't let you go without getting, because, dude, if it's draft, Mark, you and I can do 4 hours of draft, and we could.
Yes, we could. Yes, we could.
We could just keep going draft, and I know people would love it. Actually, maybe we'll bring you on, and we'll do a hardcore draft segment in a couple of weeks. So when you're a little bit more fine tuned with the quarterbacks.
Yeah, let me get prepared. Let's go. Yep.
All right, so I'm in on KC already, bro. I like KC a lot in this matchup. What's your think in the Super Bowl?
I do too. Granted, of course, that's 3 hours away from where I live, and I work for the Chiefs, so I'm a little bit biased toward the Chiefs. But I will say, I did call the 49ers making the playoffs this year, and I did think they were my dark horse before the season started to represent the NFC. If they could get by the Rams, I didn't think the Rams would fall off the way they did. But in the preseason, I said I thought the 49ers were my dark horse for the Super Bowl. If they could just get through what I thought would be a tough NFC West. They did. They dominated it, actually. And so I think I love what they've done with the run game, with the 3-headed monster. I think they do enough with Jimmy G. I don't think Jimmy G is even close to where he's going to become as a top-notch quarterback, but I do think he made progression through the season. But that defense is badass. And they do all the right things. That front seven is phenomenal. Fred Warner is my favorite linebacker in the NFL. And so I think that's going to be a challenge for Mahomes and for that offense. They haven't, the one thing the Chiefs haven't been able to show me consistently this year is a run game. And so they need to get Damian Williams going, and their defense is going to have to stand up and be able to stop, a pretty solid run game by the 49ers. That offensive line's hitting on all cylinders. Getting Joe Staley back was huge for the 49ers. I think they're going to have to hit on all cylinders. If they do that, if the 49ers run the ball the way they did against Green Bay, the Chiefs, it's going to be a long day for Spagnuolo, that defensive coordinator, and for that Chiefs defense. And I think that's going to be that's where the matchup is.
I really do. I think if the 49ers offense can control the line of scrimmage and make it a short game by running the ball, I think that's how they win the game, because I don't think the Chiefs defense can match up to that power game. If Mahomes, if they force Jimmy G to win the game and throw the ball, then this is the Chiefs game all the way.
Bridge, they did get the running game going last week. KC was impressive, not just the quarterback. They were actually running the ball last week against a pretty tough defense. That's why it turned the corner for me this on the KC pick, because they toughened up against Derrick Henry and limited him to 60-something yards, 7 yards in the second half, and forced Ryan to beat them. And then on the flip side, they actually punished Tennessee a little bit with the running game. So I was impressed that KC, one defended and one actually were successful running the ball.
I'm okay with that. You're right. I agree with that. But they don't have. But again, I don't think, and you know this firsthand better than I do.
It's not a dominant one. I know what you're saying.
Okay, but I'm saying I'm taking Jimmy Garoppolo over Ryan Tannehill. Okay, that's just me. Right now, they don't have the running back that the 49ers don't have the running back that Derrick Henry is. But when you go into the game and you literally say all we have to do is stop the run, and you're able to do that and be able to talk the talk and walk the walk, they did a great job. The game plan, they were very successful in doing that. And at that point, Derrick Henry's got a ton of carries on his body. He's got his butt handed to him. I think the weather played a little bit of a factor into that game too. I'm saying that it's not. I don't expect that same Kansas City defense to show up, because they can't just gear up and say, all right, we're going to stop. We're going to stop this. We're going to stop Mostert. We're going to stop. The running game of the Chiefs. They got to be able to stop George Kittle. They got to be able to stop Emmanuel Sanders. They got to be able to stop Deebo Samuel. So I don't think you can do the same type of stuff that they did last week. And you're right. I think they improved and they showed that. But I think this is a Chiefs game to lose. But I don't think it's just going to be the blowout that everybody is. I think a lot of people are expecting the Chiefs just to run away from this because of Patrick Mahomes. I don't think that's the case. I think it's going to be a lot closer than it is, and it really won't. If it's a low-scoring game, I think the 49ers win it. It's got to be a high-scoring game for the Chiefs to win.
I'm with you. I think it'll be close, but I like Kansas City in this one overall because of Mahomes. I think he's going to be the ultimate difference maker.
He's special, man.
Always. Yeah, that dude.
He is special. There's no question. We've been fortunate that in this time that we've been watching the NFL, we've seen some great quarterback play, man. This year especially, from Russell Wilson, from Lamar Jackson to Mahomes. I mean, this is just. It seems like every time I turn on the TV, there's something. One of these quarterbacks is doing something new, and I'm like, I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you could do that. It doesn't seem like that's right. You could do that with a football. And, every week it's just like, I can't wait to see what Pat Mahomes does. He's made me a football fan. I know that.
Oh, no doubt. Follow him, of course, Mark. Mark, you're not on Twitter anymore, are you?
Yeah, I am. Bridges Football.
Oh, Bridge. Okay, there you go. So follow him on Twitter. And, of course, Mark Littlebridge, former NFL player, scout, agent, coach. He's done it all, contract negotiator, and kind enough, as always, a friend to join us here on the program. Bridge, you are the best, my man. Thank you for taking some time. Look forward to doing it again.
Hey, do me a favor and try to get some sleep this week. I know you got a lot of Super Bowl parties to go to. I know you got a lot of hobnobbing to do. I know you're going to rub elbows with the stars, even though you are the biggest star. So I know the stars actually, I take that back. I know all the stars are flying into Miami to rub elbows with you. Take it easy on them. You do me a favor, take it easy on them.
You got it, my brother. We definitely will. We'll take it easy, and we'll just serve them a drink.
That's it. Giddy up, man.
All right, baby. You be good. There you go.
Thank you.
There you go. The great Mark Littlebridge, man. We love him. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to switch gears. We're going to talk a little Giants, a little Eli Manning. Patricia Traina covers the Giants. She's been covering it for a long time for Sports Illustrated and Giants Country. She joins us next.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit. Offers end 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used.
50% less.
A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SCT, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
The world's biggest band is coming twice. Metallica. Headlining the Welcome to Rockville Music Festival. 2 different nights, 2 different sets. The weekend of May 8th through the 10th. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com for all information. Get your tickets on sale right now. The one, the only Metallica. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, is the mic on there? There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got some tragic news to report. Former NBA superstar Kobe Bryant has died in a helicopter crash in California. 5 people were on board the helicopter when it went down near Calabasas. Bryant's wife, Vanessa, was reportedly not on the helicopter with Kobe and the rest of the people that were in the helicopter. Wow, this is shattering news to hear about Kobe Bryant passing away in a helicopter crash. Man, this is I mean, you don't wish anybody passing away in a helicopter crash, but obviously an icon to Laker fans and the NBA and a sports legend. And I would imagine that even a guy like LeBron, who built up a big relationship with Kobe over the years, and Kobe was accepting of him coming over to the Lakers, and to hear this news about Kobe Bryant passing away in a helicopter crash, this is as disturbing as it gets. Wow, this is not the way I wanted to close out a show. And we're waiting for Patricia Traina is going to join us in a couple minutes. I kind of feel awkward even doing the interview now, talking about this with Kobe Bryant. So we're going. Are we all right, Bill? All right. So we're gonna get Patricia on in a minute here, and we'll get into a little Giants conversation. I kind of feel awkward almost getting into this conversation with this breaking news of Kobe Bryant dying in a helicopter crash. This is just weird, man. I got to tell you. All right, do we have Patricia? Patricia, are you there?
I'm here.
Hello, Patricia. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm stunned about this Kobe Bryant news, though.
Yeah, I'm just, we're about to do this, and this thing comes across the wire and hits you like a sack of potatoes. And obviously a guy that, in our world, this is one of the giants of the sports world. And to hear the news is just absolutely crushing. You got to feel for his family, obviously, and the Laker Nation right now. They've got to be hurting in a big time way, man. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, way too young to go.
Crazy if you think about it. LeBron just passed him for number 3 the other night.
Yes.
It's ironic. It's weird. It's really weird.
Yeah. It's sad. Patricia, we'll try to get through this. Kind of awkward to go from this to what we were about to talk about. Obviously, and you've been on the Giants beat for a long time, GiantsCountry.com. You can check her out. And, of course, Patricia, you can follow her like I do on Twitter and so many others do at Patricia_Traina. Patricia, the Eli Manning retirement, it was short, it was sweet, and it was all Eli, right? I mean, he didn't disappoint. He gave you who he was even on the way out.
Yeah, he was true to himself right to the end. He spoke about, from day one, doing it his way, doing it in a way he was comfortable. He acknowledged that, maybe his way was boring. It wasn't maybe what the fans and even the front office might have wanted, but he represented himself, his family. The organization was nothing but class, and if you just think about it, in 16 years, he very rarely created any kind of controversy. I think you can count the number of times he might have, had controversy on one hand. And just, a tremendous career, and congratulations to him on doing it his way and going out on his terms.
I thought it was awesome. And to me, I got to say, for me, Patricia, I think he's a no-brainer Hall of Famer. You don't have to put him in the first ballot. I don't need that part of it, but to me, I just find it kind of awkward and wrong in this discussion, and I just think some people aren't giving him the credit that he deserves. And everything that, I was talking with on this show a couple of days ago, we were talking about this subject, and I said, you realize, and I read his numbers last year, he threw for 4,300 yards and 66% completion percentage on a team that couldn't block and had no wide receivers. And I know he isn't the most mobile guy, but it's almost like he doesn't really get the respect he deserves sometimes.
No, you know what? There's an old saying that the quarterback gets too much credit when a team wins and too much blame when they lose. And I think that saying is very applicable here. People will look at the last several years when the Giants just weren't very good, and they will say the common denominator is Eli Manning. Well, I would say to that, look at the personnel around him. How many times did he have a defense, for example, that was not ranked at or near the bottom of every major statistical category. How many times did he have receivers drop passes? I think there were a couple of years when he was like, if not the leader, amongst the top 5 quarterbacks who had receivers dropping passes. So there were other, elements to why the Giants weren't as good as they could have been, not all necessarily related to Eli, but, you have people who look at it and say, look, he's the common denominator, and so he must be the reason why they're not doing well.
And it's just, to me, it's just one of those things. And for him to walk out, do you think he walks out happy, Patricia, or satisfied? I know these endings rarely are ever John Elway-like, but I just wonder how he is walking away from the game. Is he at least satisfied? I'm sure he's satisfied with his career, but what about the exit?
I think he's at peace with everything. At the end of the season, the day after the season ended, he spoke to the media, and he opined that he could still play. He felt he could still play. He wasn't sure at the time what he was going to do, but, he did mention retirement was certainly an option. Having had an opportunity to think about it, talk it over with his family, he decided, look, I'm not going to uproot my family. I have, 4 young children. They're in school. They've got friends. I'm not going to uproot them for a year or two to go play elsewhere. And I just think, even though his mind and his heart was still, in the game and that he could still do it, he just decided this is just going to be best for everyone. He didn't want to be a backup. He just decided, okay, you know what? How often do you get to go out on your own terms? How often do you get to say that you stayed with the same team for as many years as he did, the 16 years? So I do believe, while there's some sadness, I think he's at peace with the decision.
That's at least that's cool that at least he's at peace with the decision. I got to tell you something. I got to commend the Mara family because they tried to make it a proper ending by giving him the start in the season, and they were hoping that he would have that great season to kind of close that thing out. And then to talk about, how they're going to retire put him in the Ring of Honor and no one will ever wear that number. I got to give the Mara family a ton of credit because from the get-go, they tried to make this the proper ending for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Eli Manning has been everything that you could hope for in terms of how he represented the organization. Again, if you look back over his history, he never got in trouble. He never really landed on page 6. He never drew controversy or unwanted attention to himself or the organization, other than maybe you can make the argument for the memorabilia scandal, but even that was kind of handled kind of as quickly as possible. But Eli Manning was everything they could have asked for in an employee. Just, and let's not forget, he was very, very active in the community. He gave so much of his time and his money to various causes that were near and dear to his heart. And he did so not with fanfare. He didn't seek fanfare or the limelight. He did so, kind of under the cloak of being anonymous and whatnot. So just, you can't say enough good things about him. And, I look back at the end of his career and how a lot of people started to dump on him. It just, to me, was not fair. I don't think he was, solely to blame for the problems the Giants had. And I think, people maybe were a little too harsh on him. And I think those same people, in a year or 2 or 3, they're going to realize just how much he meant to this team. And, like I said, when Phil Simms retired, they're going to miss him.
Yeah. No, and let me tell you, Patricia, that scene of him at the bar with Daniel, I thought that was one of the classiest things anybody could ever do in his position to help that, to help that young man make his transition. I thought that part there, because he clearly gets it, because he knows the position Daniel's in, and he didn't have anybody to pass the torch on to him that way. I thought that was one of the ultimate classy moves, watching him at the bar, even making it rain and everything. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, look, Eli did not like being a backup. I can tell you that for sure, that he did not like being it. He was bored. He He just did not find any joy in that. But with that said, because he was such a tremendous example and a good teammate, he took his role and he said, okay, you know what? I'm going to just make the best of it. I'm going to do what I can because this isn't about me. This is about the New York Football Giants. And the New York Football Giants have been good to me and my family, so I'm going to reciprocate and be good to them by helping them however I can. And, you know, just how many guys would do that? You look back at some of the recent cases where, you know, you had a veteran quarterback and then along comes a young quarterback and the veteran maybe doesn't want to do a whole lot to help the young quarterback get acclimated. Eli wasn't like that. He never withheld information. He wasn't, standoffish when Daniel had questions. You know, he said he wasn't his coach, which is true, but you know, when Daniel had questions and he needed a player's perspective, there was Eli to give it, and he did so honestly and willingly.
Yeah, no doubt. Patricia, so what's next for the Giants coming up here in the draft? What direction do you think they're going to go in?
There could be any number of directions, but if I'm the Giants, if ever there was a year to trade down in the draft, this would be it. If I could work it out, you know, to get some additional draft assets. You know, even if you pick up that third round pick that you have to give up to the Jets for Leonard Williams, but I would try and trade down. I would try and come away with a pass rusher, and I would try and come away with an offensive tackle as my first two picks in this draft. I think those are the two areas they really, really need to try and shore up.
Yeah, no. Hey, listen, Patricia, you got to go opposite of the Colts. The Colts draft Andrew Luck and never protect him, never get a running game, and the man gets killed and pummeled to a point that he has to quit football. You got Daniel Jones or whatever young quarterback out there, for Christ's sake, build the wall of Montezuma in front of him. Give him a chance to succeed. You know what I'm saying? You got to do that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's really, no excuse. They have their running game now in Saquon Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they have the quarterback, as you mentioned, in Daniel Jones. You know, it's time to start building around those guys, especially on offense. Now, I do think they're going to retain Nate Solder at left tackle because right now it would be a little too expensive to cut him. But I think you get his replacement on board and you develop him. And then on the other side, and I've made this point, before, the Giants have never, it's been a while. I think the last time they had two pass rushers that basically forced blockers to pick their poison was in 2016 when they had Jason Pierre-Paul and Olivier Vernon. Guess what? They went to the playoffs that season. Since then, they haven't really had that. They've only had maybe one pass rusher. And when you have one pass rusher and the other team can devote, multiple assets to stop them and the other guys aren't making plays, you've just made the other side's job that much easier. So I really think pass rusher has to be up there. If not the number one, need, certainly 1A.
Wow. And that's amazing, Patricia, that they've got to keep the guy on solely because of that signing bonus they gave him, and the cap hit would be just absolutely brutal. But I was interested to see what you were going to say about Nate Solder, and that's got to be an awkward situation to keep a guy around that you're dying to replace already because you know it was a mistake last year.
Well, I mean, I don't know that it was a mistake per se. I think they had no choice, given how Eric Flowers didn't work out. I think they had no choice but to go out and dedicate premium dollars to the position. Now, it's very rare that you give a free agent contract to someone and that person lives up to that contract and earns every penny of it. I also think that last year Nate Solder played hurt. He was on the injury report a couple of times. I truly believe, just in watching him play, that his ankle was not right, the one that he had surgically cleaned out before his training camp. So I think that was an issue. And then you also factor in that his young son is on his third round of chemotherapy for cancer, and you've got to wonder if that wasn't weighing on his mind. And I know that sounds like I'm trying to make an excuse, but listen, the man is human, and the fact that he went out there basically because the Giants didn't have anybody else to go out there. So I don't know that they had a choice but to have him go out there. it's not like they had a viable backup to where they could have said, hey, Nate, go take care of your son and don't worry about football. So, and it was a mutual thing. It was, I'm sure if Nate decided, I'd want to step away, the Giants wouldn't give him a hard time. But, Nate Solder, he takes a lot of flack too. And, he's not the same player he was several years ago with the Patriots, little different system, obviously different quarterback and whatnot. But I don't think he is the piece of garbage that some people like to make him out to be.
Okay. All right. Patricia Traina, by the way, does an excellent job of covering the Giants, giantscountry.com. You can follow her on Twitter, Patricia_Traina. And, of course, the Locked On podcast with the record number downloads. Congratulations. Tell them about the podcast.
Thank you. Well, the Locked On Giants podcast, which is available on iTunes, Stitcher, wherever you can find podcasts. It's a free podcast, and we do it daily, and Monday through Friday, I should say. And I'm trying to get guests on. We do a mailbag. We do. I've got some new features I'm going to unveil, including what I call them a grab bag, where I'm not going to tell you what these segments are, but in each of the 3 segments, it's going to be something that I think everybody will like, whether it be an audio clip, whether it be, a special guest that's unannounced or whatever. So just, I can't thank the listeners enough for the record-setting downloads. I mean, I looked at the stats the other day, and I was like, oh, my gosh, this has to be a mistake, because I have never topped that high. And to reach that figure, I can't thank the folks enough, and I hope everybody will check it out. And you can listen to it. You can also contribute by asking questions for the mailbag. You can tweet them to me. Make sure you tag them as PTrain, or if you want to email them, I take emails at lockedongiantspodcast@gmail.com.
There you go. Patricia Traina does an excellent job. If you're a Giants fan, she's a must-follow at Patricia_Traina. Patricia, you are awesome. Thank you for taking some time. Always look forward to doing it again.
Thank you so much, guys.
Be good. There you go. Patricia Traina, man. All right, good stuff there from GiantsCountry.com. This Kobe Bryant thing is just...
Dude, it is so eerie.
Wow.
That LeBron passed him.
Yeah, but that's...
the timing. It's just really... That's so bizarre, man.
Oh, man. Just to see that happen, and now, he's got his kids and his wife.
The rest of his life.
And
yeah.
He's so young, man. This is not a man that's even 40, right? I don't even think he's 40.
No. I'm willing to bet he's not.
Oh, man, you're not supposed to die that early.
And he was starting to get, start his own business, getting into producing and getting into, I guess, was it books and movies and, just starting a new
so much to offer, man.
New venture in life.
What a terrible story, man. And prayers to everybody else that was in that helicopter, because I think it was a total of 5 people that passed away in the helicopter. Man, that's just terrible.
The time here, remember I was talking about taking a helicopter ride in Vegas, just doing that night thing?
Yeah, you're not going to do it anymore?
Thank you very much. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Get me on a roller coaster, go upside down, blah, blah, blah. That's good.
Yeah.
I'll take my chances with that. No.
Yeah. I just, wow. What a story, man. That's just not the way, I was this was a great Sunday. I was feeling really good. Everything was flowing. And listen, we've been grinding for 7 straight days. It's 14, actually.
I was going to say, man, don't forget about the East West Shrine.
And traveling and all this stuff. And, I was feeling good today. We did a good 4 hours today here.
Yep.
We had good talk. And then this hits you wow. Man. It's crazy to think about this. That this man has passed away at this tender age. He's 41, actually. Okay?
Okay, he retired 2 years ago. That's
40.
He retired at, I think, 39.
No, it wasn't 2, was it? It was more than that already, dude.
Is it more than 2?
Yeah. It's been more than 2. It's been at least 4 or 5.
I remember my thinking. I remember the thing was,
so we don't even get to induct him into the Hall of Fame.
Ooh.
Wow, man.
You know what?
He doesn't even get to go in.
He should be. You know how you got to wait so many years. This should be one of those that no, you're in.
Yeah,
right now.
On the next one, on the next go round, they should just put him in.
Honestly, they should come out next week and say, hey, you know what? Honorary.
It's not their fault
done.
or anything. It's not like one of those things that we waited 800 years and it was overdue. I don't think the 5 years have been up because I think it's around 4 to 5, right? I think since he retired, I want to say.
I feel like it's been that long. I would say maybe this is 2 years. We're going into the third this year.
Let's see.
Is what I would guess.
I'll tell you right now where he. Let me see here. Where are the stats? Professional career. 99 here, 2002. The whole thing. Come on.
You're on NBA Reference.
Yeah, I'm on. Oh, and actually, I went to his Wikipedia. I should have gone. You know what? That was stupid of me. I should have gone to NBA Reference. Would have happened right away. Final season was 16. 15, 16. So 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19. This is going to be a fourth. So
you were right. 3 years past.
Yeah,
this will be fourth.
Yeah, this is fourth.
It just
doesn't. So we were a year removed from when we were going to put him on the ballot, which he would have been a first ballot, obviously, and he would have gone in. You know what? Yeah, I'm with you. Maybe next year they should just induct him.
I don't even think
put him in.
You know what, man? You shouldn't wait to do it right. You just come on and say, hey, you know what?
It's not like there's any decision to be made here. It's not like, well, should he be in? Should he not be in? Is there any? There's no discussion about Kobe Bryant.
Didn't baseball do that for Roy Halladay when he had his voting situation or plane or whatever?
You know what? I don't even know.
I think it was Roy Halladay that they didn't even wait for like the time when voting's going on. It was, hey, you know what? The next time, he's part of the group.
I had no idea about that with Doc
It's
Halladay.
the right way to do it, right? You just
I have no problem with it. I think most people would not have a. Obviously, there's going to be an idiot somewhere because there was an idiot that didn't vote for Jeter, right? So there's always an idiot somewhere that would complain. But I think most people would be, come on, man, let's go.
Yeah,
because it's a no-brainer guy.
It would.
Those kind of guys, you can induct them the second they retire. It's like no-brainer guys.
But what it is the honor. Giving him the honor right now to give some solace, give something in a positive light with this, as hard and horrible as it is.
Big O, what happened to boxing? It's because we lack iconic American boxers, or is sweet science getting sour? No, Crawford. We have good ones. We just don't have heavyweights.
No, we do. What's his name?
But
Wild and
but again, that's just now that just happened.
But that first fight was a great fight.
Yeah.
We've talked about it. We are planning on going and seeing the second one.
Yeah, definitely.
The first one, I think it's going to be awesome.
It should be, but he's right overall. In heavyweights, it hasn't been. It's been terrible for decades now.
We've waited at least 15 years.
Yeah. Facts is really all of the above. No good heavyweights, corruption, and the emergence of MMA for people. Before heavyweights were dead way before the MMA became popular. Way before. Okay? So the MMA stuff does not fly because we haven't had heavyweights since the 90s. Okay? We're in 2020. All right? This century.
The last good was
There's been this century we haven't had.
Was Bo Holyfield, right?
Yeah.
That
we have to go to the 90s.
Yeah.
We have to go to and it's like early 90s, like at the end of that. And that's really what it is. It just hasn't been, even when the English guy was in charge, heavyweight sucked in those days. Lennox Lewis. Heavyweight sucked in those days. It was a terrible division at that time. So, yeah. All right, we got to wrap it up here on the show, of course. We thank Steve Ostrov and all the amazing people here at Toyota of Hollywood. I feel bad because Herbie is a huge Lakers fan, and I just crushed him when I told him about Kobe. Can't believe it, man.
Look, I'm not a Laker fan by no means, but Kobe was amazing, man. One of those high school kids, right out of high school,
Big time.
To to actually be and do what you were set from day one to supposedly doing to come through the way he did.
Yep.
Amazing, man.
Yep, no doubt. We thank Taylor Zarzer. We thank Will Carroll, Bob Fesco, Patricia Traina, Mark Lillibridge. We had just an excellent guest list today. Lots of insights. We thank Bill, as always, and John Cassio, 2 producers getting it done every single day. We survive is what we try to do, and we thank all of our amazing sponsors. Make sure you support our amazing sponsors so we can keep it rocking. You know what I'm saying?
Monday will be Monday. Just Monday.
Yes. I don't know. Are we? I don't know if we're at VSS West Pines either tomorrow or Tuesday, but I know we're there in the next couple of days to wrap it up. It'll be our first broadcast out at VSS West Pines. Looking forward to it. We'll have all kinds of water pipes behind us. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bad channel. Thank you for the incredible support.
Enjoy what's rest of the weekend, guys.